13th, 2025 regularly scheduled school board meeting. We're reconvening in open session. Thank you for waiting for us. We're a little bit late coming back into open session, so appreciate you being patient. We will start out with a roll call.
Stephanie Ahmad.
I'm here.
Couldn't remember your name. I'm sorry. Malinali Lopez.
Here.
Paul Cagorno.
Here.
Rich Carnation.
Here.
Bill Adams.
Here.
Kylie Hernandez. Here. Sophie. Zoe Furmankiewicz.
Here. Okay, and then the flag salute will be led by Bill Adams. Please stand.
Yep, you can stand and join me. The flag is in the corner. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we do have something to report out of closed session, and we will do that momentarily. So this is consideration of student expulsion case number 022025. We first have a motion to approve the findings of fact.
Make a motion to approve the findings of fact.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then second is, do we have a motion for an expulsion order through the end of the year, June 6, 2025?
I'll make the motion.
All right, Malinali makes the motion.
And then I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that concludes our items from closed session and our report out of closed session. I don't believe we have anything else to report. Okay. Okay, then we will move on to adjustments to the agenda. Item 3.1, we do have an adjustment. I think Rich is going to talk about that because he has.
And I have some as well, President Ahmad.
Yes. Right now?
Go ahead, Rich. Yeah, we have to vote to add that if we're going to do so.
I'd like to make a motion. We got this, it's the CSBA board member. There was a vacancy. And so we have to fill it. It's a board requirement. We got it in the mail. One of the people that are interested in it, they'd give me a call because that's my subcommittee or whatever. Anyhow, and asked if the board would nominate her. She'd like to continue to serve. And so I'd like to add this because we have to, it has to be postmarked and the deadline is coming up quickly.
So you got 5.17 could be the last item, and you guys would just have to vote to accept if you were going to hear it or not, the majority.
So do I need to make a motion to it?
I'll make, so, sure, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we add this as item 5.17.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
And the other adjustments, so if you look at 5.3, 5, and 6, they're better explained if they go after my presentation. They're standing items that we had planned to put on, but then once we put the presentation on, the all means all presentation, they're kind of explained in that presentation. So I would suggest that they be placed after my presentation.
And which item is your presentation?
It is the 5.9.
Okay.
So as long as they're after 5.9, like the.
So 5.3, 5.5.
And 5.6, I think.
5.6.
Yes, all of those, if they could be placed after.
After 5.9. Do we need to make a motion on that?
It might as well.
Might as well.
It's I
Okay,
mean-
I'm just going to make a motion so I can hopefully remember what we're doing, and it'll make sense once we do it. So I'll move items 5.3, 5.5, and 5.6 to after 5.9.
And then we'll renumber, and then
And
we'll
then
have
we will
that
renumber
organized, yeah.
accordingly.
And I'm sorry about this. I should have caught it. It was.
It's minor. Don't worry.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Done. All right. We have our first report is our report from our student board members. Are you guys ready?
All right, this is our student trustee presentation for this month. All right, for Brooks Elementary, some recent events was the school site council meeting, the 5th grade award assembly, Read Across America Week, 3rd grade award assembly, and then some upcoming events is teacher conference meetings. Some of them already happened. And then we have spring break coming up next week. Yay. And then the Scholastic Book Fair. For Maddie Washburn, some recent events is the TK Tour, Read Across America Week, Kinder Info Day, plus the tour, and TK Informational Parent Night. Upcoming events, the Parent Teacher Conferences, Spring Break, and then another TK Parent Informational Night. For Kaligalmekak Language Academy, we have the TK Parent Informational Night, Walk and Roll, which is every Wednesday, Kinder and TK Tour Night, and then some upcoming events is the TK and 8th Minimum Day, plus parent-teacher conferences, spring break, skate and donate, and governing council. And I'm sorry, could you go back to the Maddie Washburn slide? Zoe actually read there, if you want to talk about that.
I read at Brooks, actually, but it was a 4th grade classroom. It was a lot of fun. We read a book about sharks. The kids were really sweet. They had a lot of questions, and it was a lot of fun. I'm probably going to be volunteering at the book fair next month, or at the end of this month. So that was a lot of fun. Some kids from Windsor High School also read at Maddie for Read Across America Week.
Yeah, if you go, I think on the very top left-hand corner, there's 2 Windsor High students from Maddie Washburn. You can go back.
Okay. So Windsor Middle School, some recent events was Coffee with the Principal, and then some upcoming events is a Spirit Day. It's Green Out, a color run on the 14th, 6th grade science camp, the 24th through the 26th, a golf tournament fundraiser, and then Teddy the campus dog continues to provide support to students, and this is just a picture of students enjoying their electives. As for big picture learning, some recent events were Leaving to Learn field trips, one to the Pacific Coast Air Museum, and one to Peking Acrobatics at the Luther Burbank Center. And then for some upcoming events, they'll just be continuing their LTIs, and they also have an informational night on the 2nd of April. Windsor High School, there was a youth perspective panel. This is actually across the county, but this year I got to act as the Windsor representative, so that was a lot of fun. We answered questions from the audience. There was also Nueva Play. And some upcoming events is a Sexual Violence Awareness Week, intramural sports. So those will last about 3 weeks at lunch, and they include dodgeball, volleyball, and basketball. Volleyball is new this year. There's also an academic awards ceremony, and then a wine fundraiser, which benefits Windsor clubs, Cash for College Night, senior project presentations, and we're actually looking for more community member signups to act as judges, and then prom rally on the 25th, which is open to everyone in the community, and then prom on April 26th. And then the next slide here is the senior project presentation. So if you sign up using the QR code, you can sign up to be a judge. And then this is a poster for Sexual Assault Awareness Week, and then another poster to sign up for the wine fundraiser. Sorry.
We have the same prescription, so it comes in handy when we're using the glasses. So for any students that are watching this, you guys can email jcox@wusd.org for more information concerning the application process to apply for the student trustee position, as that will be opening up soon for any other students interested in doing what we do. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you for your report. Next, we'll hear from our superintendent.
You won't actually this month. We have such a significant presentation later on that's when you'll hear from me. So no superintendent's report this month.
We'll be held in suspense
That's right.
for a few minutes. Okay, Assistant Superintendent.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening, board. Go ahead. So we just had our end of the year LCAP core committee meeting. This is the one where we review all the data that we have at the time and go over all the programs that we've done throughout this year. And then we also did a presentation that's very similar to what you are going to receive later on tonight. And then we did an activity of what we call it a continue, start, and stop. And so throughout these slides, we've documented everything that the LCAP core committee wanted us to continue. So you'll see like our SEL supports and funding transportation and busing, college and career counseling, and then supporting Success for All. Some things that they want us to start doing, culturally responsive teaching practices, looking at more measures of student success than English and math scores. The world needs other skills as well. Adding professional development for teachers who have to do the block time. They wanted, because it's a 90-minute or 100-minute block, how do you effectively break up that time for students? We had interest in bringing back accelerated reader to the district. And asking for more physical activity for kids because it's hard to learn without moving. And then stop. Believing that student success is solely based on a test score. And, I couldn't agree more. If we should not be looking at a student as a test score. We need to be looking at test scores about what does it tell us about the job that we're doing overall. And so I think absolutely we need to just be thinking about in terms of making sure that no one is falling through the cracks. So I will try to make sure when I'm talking about test scores, I'm talking about it in the terms of what it's telling us about the trends that we're seeing, not what it's telling us about the students. So I appreciate that parent for writing that down. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Do we have staff association reports? CSBA?
Okay. Hello, good evening. I'm here. My name is Sheila Womack, CSEA Vice President, stepping up for Ross right now. And I work at Brooks Elementary School. I'm a secretary there. We are the district's favorite child, just so you know. So I wanted to ask a couple things, actually. I'm not held to 3 minutes, am I, since I'm like speaking out? Oh, yay. And I won't talk as long as Rich, so we got that. I speak fast. Okay, I want to share some things, so I'm really excited. And also, can I bring slideshows like other people and make, share little things about CSEA, which I think you would find interesting because we're waking up. We're getting things together.
It is an agendized item, so you're welcome to do that in the future.
Okay. So I just want to share that CSEA had voted for the new instructional aid position last night, passed with a 17-1 vote. We're pretty excited to have more jobs because, more jobs is just better for everybody and for our students. We've just gone through some layoffs and some seniority bumping. The process went mostly smooth, except for one member who had to use her bumping rights to bump somebody. And that can be hard, especially if it's somebody you know. It's hard to take that person out of the position. So, but we got through it. It wasn't easy. We are putting together an MOU with the district for professional development days for classified staff, and there's nothing more exciting to be someone who's going to be learning more and to have more of us just becoming a little more educated, and I'm excited for that for our folks. So hopefully we get that one passed, but I think I can convince them. Anyway, town hall meetings, that's something that CSEA is going to bring monthly. And with those town hall meetings, we really would like to invite you to come because it's a little more of an open forum, and even our district. We want to be able to just pull more of you in so that people know that you're real people and you're not scary figures that they can't reach out to if they needed to. So let's see here. Well, we also figure too, with those town hall style meetings, we can actually I feel I can actually take a better pulse on what's happening at different sites and then bring it to our EERC meetings that we have with the district. And so that I'm not just representing just small groups, and I'm just being able to collect more information to bring and work with our district on. We are super excited that we're going to be building our scholarship. And so we just got some approval to have an annual yearly fundraising booth at the golf tournament for the high school athletics. And you'll be seeing CSBA out there if you are coming out there. And we are taking donations for, we'll have snacks and stuff, taking donations for the scholarships for our Windsor High School students. So, and just last night, as we reported out about it, we got $200. Members just put in $200. They were just really excited to think that our scholarship can grow and that we can provide more for our Windsor High School students. I'm kind of excited about that. It's been sitting kind of low for a minute, so I think it's going to change. So we, and Ross McClure, that's our president. He's doing okay. He's hanging in there. He actually came to our meeting last night. He really misses what he was just starting, and so he's doing great. He's hoping to come back. He knows it may not be at full capacity, but he wants to be back here. I mean, he loves Windsor. He loves his buses. He loves to talk about buses. He's wonderful. So we're all looking forward to that. And our members have been donating a crazy amount of sick time for him so that just to see him through. So that's been really positive. I just want to thank the board for your time and your support and encouraging the collaboration for our classified staff and our growth. And we're going to keep reaching out. We're going to reach out to you more often and look forward to just embracing us as a whole and as a team. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Okay, WDEA.
Susanna Pfeffer, WDEA president. Is it spring break yet? Yeah. So we've got a lot going on. So negotiations just started last week, and it looks like we're pretty close to a calendar. And more importantly, we have dates scheduled, which is usually the hardest thing, is getting the dates scheduled. It looks like the district is starting to look at staffing next year. So I hope everybody's paying attention and getting things posted, because there's lots of people just south of us that are looking for jobs, and these people are fully credentialed. They're not PIPs, perps. No, that's the wrong word. I'm sorry. Sorry. Not next year. Okay. So you have something on the agenda, All Means All, and we're definitely been talking about that as an employee association, as educators, and we're hoping that administration and the school board are very inquisitive about this, observant and cautious as we change our mild to moderate instructional model. We have students at Maddie Washburn Elementary, at Brooks Elementary, and the middle school that are going to be affected by these changes, and we all hope that they are for the positive. But our students will need the district to be able to pivot quickly should the expected outcomes fail to manifest. Something else off to the side, CTA is offering a training for school board members, a webinar. I will be emailing you that flyer to sign up for it. And I know no reason why the student board members would be excluded from that if you're interested. So I'll email it to you too. And you can see if that's something that interests you. CTA, school board member trainings, yeah. CTA is sending a member to some election training next weekend, and more of our members have expressed interest in attending that training. So we're going to try to send as much of them as possible to assist in the school board election process. So get more of a collaboration going on between the candidates and our union. And let's see. Last thing has nothing to do with WDEA. your boys varsity swim team and girls varsity swim team won yesterday, beat Healdsburg. And what's of special note is that the Healdsburg team has 2 members that are the children of the head coach for Neptunes on the team, 1 boy and 1 girl, and Windsor still beat them. We owe that to Janine and Tyler, the coaches, Janine Erickson and Tyler Robertson, who aren't just training the students in the competitors in swimming. They're actually looking at the numbers. They're doing math to figure out how they can maximize the points with the people that they have so that, all of the slots are filled and they're running full races. So that's to be commended. And it's a real tribute to what basically volunteers are doing. Yeah. So thank you. That's it.
Wait, wasn't there one swimmer that had some PRs? I'm just wondering.
A lot of swimmers had PRs.
One in particular I heard about.
Well, yeah, he did. But a lot of them did. Yeah.
Thanks, Susanna.
He won all of his races.
Okay, public comment on non-agenda items, item 3.6. I'm just going to read our public comment language. Any person may address the board on any consent action item or item not listed on the agenda. Pursuant to the Brown Act, during this period, the board is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda. We ask that the public comment be spoken into the microphone from the podium and that you state your name when you get up to the podium. In accordance with Board Policy 9323, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. And don't know that this will be applicable today, but the board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Do we have any public comment?
Hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ben Van Zutphen. I'm a property owner of Arata Properties, which is a site that has been negotiating with Jeremy's been negotiating with for us a little bit of time. And I was just kind of wanted to check in with everyone and see if there were any updates on that. I know there have been negotiations and understand they've stopped, and also would like to understand if there's any updates on the other school site that was discussed in closed session today. Just a couple questions, if there's any updates that the board has.
We actually didn't even have a chance to discuss anything in closed session. Our expulsion case took the entire time, so there was no discussion today. It was agendized because we had planned to, but we couldn't.
Okay. And are there any updates that the board has or regarding the other negotiations?
I'm not sure what we would say. No, there aren't any. I know that, as you know, I've been working with Mr. Hunter and we've been communicating via text. And I don't know if we should share kind of where we're at because it's outside of the realm of what we would be discussing at a board meeting. So it's more of a closed session conversation, I think.
Okay. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Oh, maybe. Any other public comment? Okay, we'll move on to Board of Trustees report, item 3.7. Who would like to go first?
I guess I will. Go ahead. I'm always like stuck in the end, so.
We're going to do right to left.
No, this was I hate this mic. It's so small. Anyway, I have to bend up. No, this week was my week to go back in the classroom. I've been off for 3 months with this after my knee surgery, so I actually got to go back in the 3rd grade class up in Cloverdale today, and it was great to be back. And again, it makes me appreciate so much what teachers do day in and day out. For me, just doing it one day, it was like, oh my gosh, how do they do this day after day after day? It's a tough job, but it's a great job and I love it. So that was wonderful. I got to get back in the classroom. Speaking of classrooms, I was able to visit a 1st grade classroom at Maddie Washburn on 2 days to watch a UFly lesson. That's a language arts program that's very phonics. It's all about phonics, and It was absolutely wonderful. I just really enjoyed that. And that's about, one other thing. We attended, I think Stephanie and Bill, we attended the We Foundation breakfast where they raised money for scholarships for seniors. And what was it, Brian? 45,000 that they raised? So that was 45,000. So our seniors that apply for it should get a nice bit of change to help them with college or whatever they're going to do. So that's my report. Thank you.
Rich, you know you donated at that event, right?
Yeah. Actually, I forgot about that, but I'm glad you brought it up because now I want to. So are you?
I'm done.
Yeah, the We Foundation had their little breakfast, and 100% honest transparency. Somehow it missed it on my calendar, so which is okay because I had a whole bunch of other problems going on. This has been a really busy month, so I didn't get to go. I'm a little disappointed that the cheapskates that said that I was going to donate $600 sold me short because I was going to go a grand like I was nominated last year to do when I missed the meeting. Wasn't it? Didn't you hit me for a grand last year, Bill? Yeah, so I wanted to not be any part of the cheapskate club. And so I will be actually writing a check for 1,000, not the 600. So it's 45 grand and a little extra and a rounding error, right? So I'm getting older and I don't want to ever be accused of being a cheapskate. So it'll be 1,000 now. So thank you for having that breakfast because I know a lot of people do a lot of work for that, and it goes all to the kids, and it's a really awesome thing, and happy to be able to donate that. And the profit margin's complete 1,000 because I didn't eat any of the breakfast, Brian. So it's pure profit. On to the picture right here. So we had our last board meeting where we were getting toasted, and the meeting was getting late, and then because I had to leave right after the meeting, and we had to go down to Union City to James Logan where we had the North Coast Section Wrestling Tournament and our Windsor wrestling team. The reason I'm bringing this up is because the Press Democrat, they suck, and I hope they hear it because I already wrote a letter to their editor and some of their other people, and at this point, if I even got bad coverage, I'll take that versus no coverage. So I want to give you guys the significance of this. In 2014, well, this is the 2025 team. We won, we beat all the other teams in all the divisions. So wrestling is one division. Like football, they have 5, 6, 7 divisions. Basketball, other sports. Wrestling is one division. So you could be a school of 2 kids, or you can have a school that has 4,500 kids. We compete against the same people. So that tournament we went, and we had 4 freshmen in our lineup that all did amazing. Long story short, we won. We beat the second place team, which is Liberty, by 6.5 points. I'll tell you why that's important. This happened 10 years ago in 2014-15 season. We won then. It had been 25 years since any school north of Golden Gate Bridge had won the championships. We won back then. And our team captain and the guy who won the whole section tournament, the champion, his name was Emilio Perez. A lot of the teachers have been around for a while. They'll remember him. And he was a senior, and he won the championship. He won the finals, and we won by 1.5 points. We beat James Logan. 10, 11 years later, we do it again. So that's twice now in 35 years that a school north of Golden Gate Bridge has won this thing. And if you look to the left there, you see the guy with the little deal. That's Leo Perez. So his little brother, the Perez family during COVID, they all moved back to Iowa. Leo hated it. We all go by the middle names. So we call them their middle names so you can tell them apart. But Leo hated it in Iowa, and he told his dad, he said, as soon as I turn 18, I'm moving back to Windsor. And he literally moved back to Windsor on his 18th birthday, and he said he wanted to wrestle and wanted to be part of the community that he grew up in. And so he came back. Anyhow, he won it at the 134-pound weight class. We did great. The thing I want to bring up about the 6 points that we won by is there are kids that have ribbons on their necks, they placed, but there are kids on the team that didn't place. This is what I love about this championship and part of it. A lot of times people think that individual sports, you have an individual champion, but there are kids in that picture. There's one kid who won one match. He lost his first match, won his second match. He only earned one team point. And then there was another kid who lost, he won 2 matches. Well, his 5 points plus the other kid's 1 point, they added up to the margin that we won. If those 2 kids didn't go and they didn't wrestle, we wouldn't have won the team championship. There was another kid that scored 6 points exactly. If he didn't wrestle, we wouldn't have had that. If he didn't qualify, you have to qualify through our league processes. If he wouldn't have qualified and he wouldn't have came, we wouldn't have won the team championship. There's actually 4 different iterations of adding the points up differently from different kids who didn't place. They didn't get any individual glory, but as a team, they were part of the championship of the whole entire team. And I love that because you know what? Not all of us get to be superstars. Not all of us are the tallest, the best looking, the thinnest, definitely not the thinnest. And yet we can all be part of a team that wins and is part of a winning program and something that a lot of these kids, this will be a highlight for many of them for their whole life. The exciting part is a lot of the kids that were placers, they're all freshmen. Really, really good kids. If you see the little guy to the left, right in the front with a little red ribbon there. His name's Joey Guanella. He's only a freshman. He took true second in the North Coast tournament. The last time we had a freshman that placed, they placed 7th. So we had an 8th placer that was a freshman, Antonio Garaventa, the little guy to the right, little shortest guy. He took 8th place as a freshman. He took 3rd place last year as a sophomore. He took 2nd place this year as a junior. Joey, he took 2nd as a freshman. Cole, another one in there, anyhow, I'm just pretty excited, but I'm really excited about the kids who didn't place, that they were able to be contributors to the whole thing. And that's what I love about the team part of the sports that our kids do. We do it in all the things in our school. And so Sheila, I apologize. I took a little bit longer, but I'm trying to make up for the Press Democrat and the Windsor Times lack of coverage. And so hopefully some people saw it, and thank you for posting that.
So I just want to say thank you, Reg. What a fantastic picture also. That definitely should have been in the Press Democrat.
Oh, yes.
Well, I do have a lot to say because a couple of things have come up for me. So the first one is, I think it was sometime back in November that I had requested a workshop for us to learn what are the resources for students that are developmentally disabled in the school district. And that has not come to fruition yet, but now my question has also extended to, what are the resources for Latinos and also LGBTQIA plus students in our school district? And this is also in consideration of the fact that at least 50% of our school district are Latino students, right? And I do not know what resources we have for them. I don't know, what are the resources outside of the classroom, that they have access to help them succeed. And this is really important because we're living at such a critical time right now, where our current presidential administration is attacking diversity and inclusion and the rights of immigrants, families, as well as LGBTQIA people. So this is really, really important that we need to look at what do we have inside of our school district that are resources that are outside of the classroom and inside of the classroom. So recently there was a letter from Amy Carter, who is the superintendent of schools. And she wrote this very beautiful letter. I'm going to read only a small section of it, but I love the words that she's using because they're very powerful. And she says, "Dear Sonoma County, we express our universal support for Sonoma County students and families. As public servants, we promise to uphold our dynamic region's diversity as a strength to be celebrated and protected rather than assimilated, muted, or homogenized. Our commitment is firm, regardless of immigration status, gender identity, or political beliefs. We write this as executive actions and announcements from Washington, D.C. over the past several weeks have created considerable unease, particularly among immigrant and LGBTQ plus families. Recent executive orders suggest a plan to federalize the way in which important subjects like history are taught in our classroom, contradicting state law and potentially minimizing the contributions of historically underrepresented and marginalized populations. So she uses very powerful language. I do want to say that our university, college curriculum is also under attack, right? So I think that it is really important. It's a powerful moment in time to look at ourselves and say, what role do I play in this picture of protecting the rights of students, of protecting the rights of families, especially those that are the most vulnerable? We need to go beyond the classroom, beyond what we do already, even though I know that it's a lot. I'm really hearing what Paul said about teachers, they have difficult jobs. I understand since I'm also a teacher. But we really need to rise to the occasion of this moment and protect these families, because it's not okay for students to come to school scared of what could happen to their parents or to themselves and, their own bodies. With this current administration. So I think that what I'm recommending is that we keep having this discussion and to really look at how can the school district come together with the family and with the community and work together in partnership, right? Because this is not a job that the school district can solve on its own. We really need to create very dynamic, innovative partnerships together with the community in order to rise to this occasion where so many of our rights are under attack, including education. So I'm just going to leave it with that, but I really believe that this should be a recurring theme, going forward, because I don't see that things will get better unless we really do the work to make it better for our students and our families. So that's all I have to say.
Well, that's a hard one to follow. That was very powerful. Thank you. I'm going to be pretty brief, I think, for my report. There's been a lot going on. We've been busy, which I feel like I've said before. But I do want to recognize something from the breakfast that Paul brought up, from the We Foundation breakfast. This is a fundraiser raising money for scholarships for our graduating seniors. And it was an event that was emceed for many years by Senator Mike McGuire. And recently it's been taken over by our very own Brian Williams, who emcees, and he's a star and is an amazing fundraiser. I'll try to be his agent one day. I think he's going to make it big. But I just want to thank Brian and recognize you publicly for your work at the breakfast, and just thank you for being there and for helping out.
He needs to hear how great I am.
It's a long meeting, Brian. She's going to give her thing and they'll declare victory and off she goes.
And that's all I have. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Bill.
Yeah, it was a fun breakfast and well done, and a record amount of proceeds. On Sunday, I went to the Phantom Toll Booth, which was the Nueva play, which was just delightful, and went up, just some extraordinary work. And it's so inclusive. It's inclusive to students of different abilities, and the whole Nueva program where you see the tip of the iceberg with 20% of the students on stage and everybody comes out who's worked on it. And I was talking to one of the students who I know a little bit, and I happened to be over at the high school on Monday morning and got an encouragement from the principal and went to the 10 o'clock show. And their final performance, they had done an elementary school show for our lower elementary students. And at 10 o'clock on Monday were 2 busloads of third graders from Cloverdale. Great marketing, thank you. And the entirety of the several third grade class from Cali was in the back part. And what was interesting, I was sharing, because I was at the Sunday show with Stephanie, is watching the actors and the technical staff, things that got laughs at the regular, I'll call it the regular show at the matinee Sunday. And this was the 6th time I think they've did it in 7 days. Didn't get a response from the audience. And so after a little while, the characters began to kind of get out of character and talk to each other, except when they would say or do something. And it just inspired gleeful giggles from 300 7-year-olds. And it was just wonderful to watch. And they take time afterwards talking to the students, basically to say, you could do what we're doing here. We were just like you a few years ago, which is a very, very powerful thing for a 7-year-old to hear from a 14 or 15 or 16-year-old peer. So thank you so much for Nueva. Yeah, and I'll just share, thank you, Mally. I think we do need to keep it front of mind without getting too much behind the scenes. One of the reasons we went long in closed session is one of the parents in the expulsion had been deported. I was telling my colleagues here, that is the worst part of this job. But we have to make hard decisions on disciplinary matters. But I mean, those realities coming out of Washington are not remote to us. They haven't been, and they certainly weren't today. So thanks.
Okay, thanks, board. We'll now move on to item 3.8, which is the approval of minutes from January 23rd and February 20th of this year. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And then we'll move right along to item 3.9, staff recognitions. This will be presented by Pete Sullivan. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So yeah, the monthly recognition of staff, and this time I'm going to throw in a little extra. In fact, I'm going to start with invites to 2 occasions. I usually only throw in 1. So on April 23rd at SCO from 4 to 5:30, we have the classified school employees employee of the year award happening, and one of ours was nominated. That would be Christina Becker from Tech. And so I'm going to read the letter that was presented by Brad in recognition of her, in addition to the other district-wide employee that we're recognizing tonight. So tonight we're actually doing the DO and Tech. So for Christina, I enthusiastically nominate Christina Becker, Student Data Aries CalPads Coordinator / Superhero for the Windsor Unified School District for Classified School Employee of the Year. Christina's amazing work performance shines through her exceptional ability to quickly learn new tasks and her outstanding communication and collaboration skills. She seamlessly integrates with various departments, expertly managing complex systems and empowering other staff through her shared knowledge. Christina consistently demonstrates growth, readily taking on new responsibilities and expanding her role. Her commitment to supporting site staff and fostering positive learning environment make her an invaluable asset to Windsor Unified. She's earned widespread support from colleagues and administrators. Christina is fantastic. So, well done, Christina. And from the district office, and this is both, by the way, both will be invited and recognized at our water cooler meeting. I'm throwing that out there. Jeremy doesn't know yet, but I've just gone ahead and put that on your agenda. You're welcome. April 14th at 9 a.m., we meet as a staff, a district staff, in the conference room, and you're all invited to come. And both Christina and Claudia Kwame will be recognized. So, it is my pleasure to take a moment to recognize an outstanding member of the Windsor Unified team, Claudia Kwame, Secretary to the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Claudia recently went above and beyond when her colleague was out on leave, seamlessly stepping in to ensure that the essential work continued without disruption. While taking on these additional responsibilities, she continued to expertly manage the needs of her own department and work closely with my department, Human Resources, on a number of very important items. Throughout it all, Claudia demonstrated the professionalism and grace for which she is known. Her dedication, flexibility, and willingness to step up when needed exemplify the spirit of teamwork and excellence that we strive for in the Windsor Unified School District. Claudia, we appreciate you, and we're grateful for everything you do. You rock.
Thank you, Pete, and thank you to those who were recognized. We're going to take a 3-minute break, and then we'll reconvene.
Give Thorson mouth, I will. Yep. I'm good.
Hey, welcome back. We are going to move on to consent action items, and Rich Carnation is going to handle this section.
Thank you. By the way, just for the record, so I make sure everybody understood, when I said, I meant to say the coverage in the Press Democrat sucked versus a blanket statement that the Press Democrat sucked. I wanted to focus on the coverage. I'm learning, so I apologize. Anyhow, on to the consent item. Is there anybody got to recuse or take anything off this section? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we adopt items 4.1 through 4.11 and make a motion that we do so. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Okay, Jen, that's all of us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Rich. We'll move on to the discussion action section. We have a presentation by Jamie Williams, and it looks like she brought a student with. She's going to be talking about girls flag football. Take it away. We're excited.
Hello, board and cabinet. Thanks for having us. I invited Mallory because, as you know, students are why we do the things we do. And this student was integral in the part of getting this conversation at Windsor High School. Those of you that have been following girls flag football, it's become very popular very fast. In CIF, it is now the fastest growing sport. And they have NCS championships already in its second year, which is pretty quick. A lot of our local teams also have incorporated JV teams already, so it's happening. I'm sure you've had a chance to kind of go through the slideshow. So the thing that I want to bring to your attention mostly is what is it going to cost? As far as a district, I'm asking for additional coaching stipends, which will probably bring us to around that $5,000 or $6,000 range. And you've already been able to incorporate and provide access for more females involved in sports. And so in honor of girls playing sports last month and this month, International Women's Day, I think it's very timely for us to bring this to the board's attention and the cabinet to consider as an additional sport for Windsor High School athletics. And I have to thank Mallory Klein for getting us going, because the surveys that you see was her idea, and she actually created the first one that we sent out, and it was very positive, a huge positive. Yes, let's do this. Any questions?
Jamie, what about the other local teams that have flag football?
Flag football?
Yes.
Yes, so already in the North Bay League, Anna Lee has a varsity and a JV, Newman, Rancho Cotati, and we would be the fourth in our league, which allows us to do a league schedule. And then we're going to invite Casa Grande and Petaluma to join us. So it gives us a more robust league to play and not have to look for games. You've probably read, or you would imagine, like, how does this work with men's football? And we're going to make it work. You know, facilities are always tight, but there's always room and there's always flexibility. And our coaches are all just amazing human beings and said, bring it on. Let's bring the girls to the field.
That was quick. So it'd be the same season of
Same
sport?
season in the fall. The games would be shorter in time. They would be twice a week. We'd be home and away, different variations, how that could look. Some schools did it as a varsity. If you only have varsity your first year, do it as a varsity following the freshman football game, perhaps as an idea on Thursdays. Another idea was to do 2 games in one night and do it that way. I mean, the demand on the body is a little bit different for flag football than it would be for contact.
So basically the startup costs are basically coaches' stipends.
And that's
then-
it to you.
What's that?
And that's it to you.
Right, and then what about like the flags and the,
All the other things, we already are self-sufficient for the most part for most of our sports. As you may know, fundraising is a huge way that we support and maintain a lot of our sports at Windsor High School. So I already have a potential donor. A wine country vet has said, we will help. So grateful for that there's already advocates to support more girls participating in sports.
good idea.
So I have a question.
Yes, please.
So I just want to say I'm very excited about, this endeavor, and especially about girls playing flag football. But I was just wondering, do you have a statement of diversity of how you recruit students? How do you ensure that there's diversity in the sport?
That's a great question. Well, a lot of our advertisement of sports is through social media and through our announcements on campus. We do daily announcements through leadership. You do see a trend in a lot of our sports, different cultures, right? Different diversity in some sports rather than others. But I think with this, it's grassroots as far as like just starting. People like Mallory have been out there already advocating with their friends within the PE classes. A lot of freshmen have already been involved. I don't know how many of our Lady Jack Bowls you've attended yet. I think you attended the last one. Is that right? Or maybe?
No, I did not.
Okay, well, we've expanded from juniors versus seniors to freshmen versus sophomores, and the turnout has been huge. And so I would say most of our sports are representative of the student body that we have already on campus as far as flag football, just because of that popularity, and I would expect that the same would be. But I didn't do any research prior to this presentation as far as the girls that responded to the survey on the diversity that's interested. I will say a lot of them already play other sports, and the sports were soccer, basketball, and cheer, actually, that were interested.
Jamie, it says players at 7-on-7.
Yes.
Is that where what do you expect would be the maximum number of kids on a team? It's like the varsity will have, what, if you have 7-on-7, but is it 14, 20 kids? And will it expand to 9-on-9 or something like that? Or is 7-on-7, is that the sport?
It's a great question. I envision this sport being a sport that we don't look at cutting girls that are interested, but that we expand to two levels, a development level and a more competitive development, or, they're developed and ready to play varsity competition and go to playoffs and whatnot. I mean, Mallory's one of those. She says, put me in, let's get a pennant. You have that type, and then you have, I don't really know how to play, but I want to learn. And so we want to provide those opportunities. So much like football, usually kids that get cut themselves kind of thing when it's not for them, versus us making those cuts. And I think this is a sport where you can do a lot of interchanging based on where their strengths lie as far as the positions on the team. There are interested, high qualified candidates already that have reached out. Like I got wind that you guys are doing surveys, and, I've been coaching and played in college flag football. And these are females, coaching females. That would be ideal, that they're learning from somebody that's had that type of experience and been able to bring that to our school.
Part of the reason why I brought that up is as the AD and then also with the SAC and what have you, you might want to implement rules in there that allow the players to change levels. So for example, like football, if the kid goes up to varsity, then they have to play varsity or for the boys. With wrestling, you can wrestle varsity one time, JV or freshman another time. You're not stuck at a certain level.
Yeah.
And so I would recommend, especially since this is now a more of an emerging, sport in the beginning, that you guys have that rule that allows, because on one school, one player might be more developmental, but they need that person on that level.
Right.
And then as more kids play, they might move down a level to get more development. So that way they have the flexibility to move. but that, it needs to be in the rules, and that's a NCS rule, I believe.
Yes. So the NCS already has rules for sports like basketball and baseball and volleyball where you can play JV and then varsity, just not in the same day. And you have to stay within your number of contacts for the season. So if the amount of contacts is, say, 20 games for the season, as long as that athlete stays within those 20 games, they can move.
So
I would have to
they'll let them
confirm.
go up and back down?
Yes.
Okay.
I would have to confirm. And that's with the fairness of the rule, like the integrity of you're not going to stack your JV team kind of situation, right? But that's monitored, sportsmanship, victory with honor type of thing. Yeah. Thank you. Good consideration.
Thanks for the presentation. Do we have any more questions? Go.
Yeah. I'd like to hear from Mallory. She sat through an hour and 20 minutes of fascinating meeting. Why do you're a freshman, why do you and your classmates want to do this?
Well, I started playing flag football in 6th grade. And then when I came to the high school, I joined, or I went through the Lady Jag Bowl, and that was really fun. And I remembered playing in like middle school and enjoying it. And well, I wanted to play rugby. I knew that wasn't going to happen yet. So I said, why don't we try flag football? And so then I talked to Mrs. Williams, and she said, now you have to do your research and you have to get interest. And I got that. And she said, okay, now I'm going to take it to the board. And I said, okay.
That's awesome.
Thank you for taking the lead on that, Mallory. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I don't think we have any more questions. And I think it's just a discussion item, right? We're just getting a presentation. We're not
Is that all
taking
we asked
action.
for? Yeah, you didn't ask for approval?
Oh, I would love approval.
I thought this was for approval unless we wrote it wrong. Yeah, it should be
Is
action.
it? Okay.
Are you taking
That's
a
my
vote
bad.
right now?
Right, and under current consideration, it says non-report discussion only.
I see.
So that was where I got confused, but we can
I blame my
definitely-
husband.
There was a lot of love.
Supposed to be an action item.
Can we save a marriage and take action?
Yeah, let's do that.
So,
Before we take action, can I just say one more thing? I think it would be really important, since this is emerging, and like I said, I am a fan of what you're doing.
Yes.
That, to really consider having a diversity statement so that students that may not normally consider this sport
Yes.
may consider it, And I want to say that part of my comment is inspired because I'm a fan of Rich's work, and I have seen him, take students that are academically having a challenging time, and then they really turn things around for themselves because they got involved with the sport. So, just really considering maybe asking the students that are not the ones that would maybe first come to mind, because I think it could be life-changing for them. So just something to consider.
I appreciate that. And I'd love to meet with you to share some ideas that you might have.
Sure. I love it.
Thank you.
since we're going to do a vote, we should probably go public comment.
Yes. Do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and take a vote. I'll make a motion to create a girls flag football team for the incoming school year.
Yes, I will have to negotiate where the stipend is placed within the contract. So that is one aspect that will follow the vote.
Contingent on contract
Yeah.
negotiations and approvals. Okay.
I'll
Do I-
second.
Student board members?
Aye.
The rest of the board?
Aye.
Aye. All unanimous. Congrats.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very
Good
much,
job.
guys.
Thank you. So our next item is a consideration of approval, like a pre-approval of CIF governed field trips. So Brian Williams, tell us more about this innovative item.
Thank you. This was brought up at last board meeting by Rich. So when we're doing,
Jamie, if you could stay for this part, please. Thanks. I want you to hear Brian's comments.
all right, sorry. This morning I said, how's my back look? Because that's how you're going to be staring at me from from the stands. So thank you for that, Rich. But anyways, enough about us. So we don't often know who, where, when, or how far we're going for these CIF trips, and often these are decided on a Sunday, and then we immediately have to go, and we do not have the ability to wait for a board meeting. So the concept is that because we know that CIF has its own rules and they govern the trips, and that we will have our coaches going along with it, and then we often send our athletic director or an administrator with it, that we pre-approve all of the spring CIF trips, and then if this works out, then next year I can bring an item in August to pre-approve all of the CIF related trips for the entire year.
Okay, discussion, questions?
All that's great. I love that we're doing a trial. The reason why I wanted Jamie to stay is this. I like this, except for I do want to make sure that we maintain a little bit of oversight, meaning that, because everything you just said is exactly right. We're going, here we need to do this. Sometimes we have to get hotels. You got to get them quick and whatever. But I want to make sure that at least through Jamie, the AD, possibly Stephen, and then even up to you, that the coach, because the coach does have enough time to put together a memo that says, hi, we're excited. We're going to go and we're going to be staying at the Holiday Inn in Fremont. So the school knows where they're going. They know how many people are going, the name of the kids that are going. So that way the parents also have it. But I just want just a little bit more oversight.
And to your point, Rich, they will still have to follow all the same procedures of requesting to go, but I would be the signer instead of the board.
Perfect. Okay, that's all. I just want to make sure that one page or whatever stays. That way all the folks know where they're going, who's going. I mean, you generally know who's going because attendance. But where they're going, so that way you guys just have hey guys, that's not a good place to stay. You should go to a different town or something. So
I'm
anyhow,
sure even
so
if it's Sunday night, I will be approving these trips.
Got it. All good.
I know who fills out the paperwork.
That was. I just wanted to make sure that that we still had that level of oversight. You just didn't have to come to the board.
Thank you.
Cool.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion to?
I'd like to make the motion for this one after 30 years of it, and being late, each year, that we now leave to the administration to oversee that and have this little trial period, see what little improvements we need to make. But then also I'd like to implement this so that way next year this is our program or our board policy. So, but temporarily, like
Vote
that.
on the trial period first, and then we'll bring it back in the fall and
Yeah.
vote on the permanent
Yep.
if it goes well. Okay.
A second.
Okay. Student board members?
Aye.
The rest of us?
Yes.
Aye. Okay.
And thanks for bringing that up so quick, Brian.
Yes. That came up really
Thank you, Jamie.
fast. Thank you. Okay, we are, I'm hoping I'm doing this right. I think we're on what used to be 5.4, now 5.3. This is consideration of approval of resolution 2025-20 to release temporary certificated employees, presented by Pete Sullivan.
Hello again.
Hi.
Item 5.4, Resolution 2025-20, in compliance with Ed Code 44954B, Windsor Unified School District Administration is seeking approval for this resolution to release temporary certificated employees.
Any questions or discussion? Okay. I don't see any questions or discussion from the board. So do we have any public comment? Okay, seeing none. Do I have a motion for this resolution?
I'll move approval of the resolution. I do have a question. It seems like the list is smaller than the initial list we saw last month.
Correct. So
That's good. That's good news.
It is, yes.
Yeah. Any concern or comment from WDEA? I see her shaking her head. Okay, thank you.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, second from Rich. And it's a resolution, so Jen will help us with that, and we'll start with our student board members.
Okay. Kylie Hernandez.
Yes.
Zoe Furmankiewicz.
Yes.
Stephanie Ahmad,
Yes.
Paul Codogorno,
Yes.
Rich Carnation,
Yes.
Malinali Lopez,
Yes.
Bill Adams.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now I think we're on, so I think we're done with that one. And then
Are we going to go to 5 point?
We're on 5.7. Your other items, Pete, got moved down after the presentation.
5.7.
Sorry, Pete wasn't in here when we made the changes.
Oh, he doesn't. Okay. We changed everything around. So this is what used to be 5.7 and is now 5.4. Okay. And this is consideration of approval of new courses for the Sonoma County Virtual Academy. And Brian Williams is presenting this item.
So these are just additional Edgenuity courses to provide the Sova students more elective choices. So these courses have already been vetted. If they were A through G, they've already been put through UC Doorways. So we're just looking to expand the offerings for our Sova students.
Yeah, I had a question. There were so many courses. Where did they come from? Like, are they through an online platform that they come from? Can you talk a little
Yes,
bit more?
Edgenuity is the program that we use, and there's a list of courses that are available to us. And so the principal went through and tried to find ones that she thought would be interesting for students that she can offer. And that's how she selected them. We often try to make sure we mirror courses that are things that we also offer at Windsor High School.
Anyone else?
Great.
Okay.
And by the way, I think our Sonoma County Virtual Academy is up to 82 students. That just started this year.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I do have a question, Brian. So I remember that some time ago I had mentioned that there was a section of a class on this, and it had to do with Aztec history, and it had a lot of errors in it. And I was wondering if you were able to find out anything about, why it was presented that way.
They kind of just put their hands up and said that they're given these courses from the publisher of the course. Because the only real contact we have is the sales rep, and she could not give us, a very good answer about it. And I think that's one thing that we need to be wary of as we, with these courses, because it's not one of our teachers delivering it. It's an online canned course. So it's whatever's in the course is what the students will read.
Jeremy, what is our, well, two questions. One is, what is our capacity student-wise in that program?
100,000.
Okay, so with that,
I mean, it's just we don't have a capacity.
I didn't think so, but I just wanted to make sure. So then, I hope Heather can leak to the Press Democrat that we just approved these other things, and that all those students down in Santa Rosa that are looking for a place that's not where they're at right now, that we offer this academy that has all these wonderful.
They've done it for us, Rich. So actually at two of their board meetings, they've mentioned our program as a program that they're losing students to, because roughly half of the students in our program are from Santa Rosa, from what I'm told. Brian, you know more than I do.
Yes. So we are the kind of the only game in town who is doing through a traditional school district. So we can recruit students from any county that touches Sonoma County. And because we have a model where we hire based on enrollment, and we can continue to hire and hire and hire depending on the students coming in. And there is no overhead for that program, meaning like there's no building space. So we potentially can continue to enroll, and the online students are funded at the same rate as every single student for our district.
Yeah, we should. Good job, Heather. Way to leak that out more.
And I think we have a comment.
We actually have an active campaign where we are targeting families in other areas. And so we have spent some money on an active campaign, so they know what we have.
Cool.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I didn't get to finish my comment.
Sorry.
So I was wondering, since, they don't want to take responsibility for this section, having many errors in it, is it possible that they could just take it out?
The course, I believe the course that you're referring to is a graduation requirement. So I don't think we could, I mean, I can speak to you offline if we want to try to come up with a remedy, but that particular course is a graduation requirement.
The art history course is a graduation?
Is that or it wasn't the...
It's art, no, it's art history.
Art history?
Yeah.
Then yes, if it's the art history, not the world history one, then we could look at having that one removed.
Okay, well, we'll talk offline.
Okay, and to clarify, that course is not on this current approval.
Correct. That one was already approved.
That's already approved. Okay, great. So you guys will
Yeah.
discuss. And then Zoe, you had a comment?
I had a question actually. So is it just going to be like special interest classes like art history or like main classes like math, science, English, or both?
Those were already approved. So we have kind of all of our graduation requirements in place. Now we're just expanding our electives.
Oh, okay. I think that's a really good idea actually because I know a lot of students aren't sure what they want to do after they graduate. So it gives them an option. I think Edgenuity is free. I did it my freshman year and it's adaptable so it fits on your own schedule. So, and it also shows you like how far you are through the course. So I think it's a really good idea.
It's free to you.
Oh.
We pay for it.
Okay. Any public comment? Any further discussion or questions from the board? No? Okay. Then this is not a resolution, so do I have a motion on item 5.7 for the new courses for Sonoma County?
I'll make the
Virtual
motion
Academy.
to approve this.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Student board members? Oh, you were being distracted. I'm asking for your vote on 5.7. Student board members?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The rest of the board?
Yes.
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 Okay, now we are on 5.8, which I believe is now 5.5. This is consideration of approval of our district transportation plan, and this is Austin's first appearance of the night. Take it away.
Thank you. This one is a little bit more simple than the rest of the items that I have up for tonight. There was a change in legislation about 2 years ago that allowed us to get reimbursed from the state, but we'd had to have a formal transportation plan. A lot of the requirements in that was that the plan had to be discussed by a group of shareholders, all stakeholders, right? Which immediately, when you hear that, you kind of think of the LCAP core committee. And Brian had that on one of his list of items that was discussed. So we offer transportation to all of our students. The expenses are outlined there for you in the plan. So the state will reimburse us 60%. Within LCFF, we do get a transportation add-on is what they call it. So then after that 60%, they take that money away that they deem has already been given to us for transportation. And then you're left over with an additional reimbursement amount. In the past 2 years, we have not qualified for this because we had transported NCC students, and the state considered NCC to be a different agency than Windsor. Basically, NCC was its own agency that transported for a bunch of other districts and not just for Windsor, so therefore they would not qualify. But now that we no longer transport for other agencies, that is solely our cost, so now we get reimbursement for it. So it's $525,000 ongoing in unrestricted revenue starting next year. So we submit our expenses this year, and then next year the state comes in and pays us that $525,000.
So, Austin, I just want to, so everybody else knows. I called Austin because I looked at this and I went through the numbers real quick and I'm going, this is awesome. And then I was like, wow, we have all this money we're spending on transportation, but I didn't see any fuel costs in there. So I was looking, and so anyhow, just for everybody at home, the section books and supplies actually is where they put the fuel. So, and Austin, you can explain why, because
yeah, and I had just gotten off the phone with someone else.
Man, there's some really good books on those buses.
Yeah, for the same reason. They had asked for the same reason. So the state accounting manual identifies anything in those 4,000 objects. I know we're getting really technical, but anything in those 4,000 objects as books and supplies, and that's what they label it as, is books and supplies. But really, as you read through it, it's anything that's under $5,000 that's a firm item. So like a microphone is under $5,000, so it's a firm item. It would be a $4,000. Fuel, it's under $5,000. It would be a books and supplies. So a lot of people see that number and go, "Oh, that's all. What is transportation buying $290,000 of books for?" But really, it breaks down to fuel, oil, tires, that kind of stuff, mechanical parts. Good question, Rich.
Thank you. The follow-up question, I know it's going to be in our other section, but I'm going to forget if I don't ask now. That 525,000 that we might get or we will get.
We will get.
Okay. Did you already count it in our revised numbers?
Yes, sir. Yep. Yeah. So when you guys get your budget later, that's one of the reasons for the major changes. And we'll walk through that. It's on our assumptions page during the presentation.
Shoot, I was hoping we get to add to it. Okay. Well, better than nothing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or discussion on this item? Any public comment? Do I have a motion for item 5.5?
I'll make a motion to approve 5.5.
Second.
Student board members?
Yes.
Yes.
Other board members? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving to item formerly 5.9, now 5.6. This is the All Means All presentation by Superintendent Decker.
You're going to get a bunch of us.
And guest stars to be announced.
Brian can't run things, you got to talk. So, we got a number of us, come on up, and then it doesn't say my name because we all worked on this together.
Are you going to sing?
Show.
Oh, it's not on. All right. So it doesn't say anybody's name because we all worked on this together. We all have a role to play. And so throughout the presentation, which is a long one, guys, you're going to hear from each of the different people behind me. And we may just chime in because there's so much important information in this presentation. And, talking to my team, I've been a superintendent now 12 years. I think this might be the most consequential decision that I've made in my 12-year tenure. I think this is something that could really make a difference for kids. So just a reminder, we have our pillars, and I'm going to focus on the All Students Connected and Thriving pillar. So go ahead, next one. Actually, go back. I'm sorry, Jessica. If you look, you'll notice that in capital letters, you have the word all over the place, right? All students feel safe and supported. All students get what they need. Well, that was kind of the precursor to why we're calling this the All Means All initiative. Thank you. So we started with our core beliefs, and this is what drove the design that you're gonna get to see. So our current practices are not serving the needs of our students, as evidenced by some of our scores in math and ELA based on RenStar and SBAC. We have learning gaps that happen when students are pulled out of their classroom during core instruction. All struggling students can benefit from receiving targeted differentiated intervention in the regular classroom. Small group instruction, also known as centers. There's small group instruction could be many things. One aspect could be centers. Allows for more targeted intervention to occur. More adults in the classroom help to manage student behavior. And I think the most important one is this. All students can learn at high levels when given the proper instruction for their learning style and support when they struggle.
Good evening, board. Here you'll see the MTSS multi-tiered system of support triangle flipped, which draws your eye to the most important part of the system that educates students. It's grounded in the belief that all students are capable of achieving high levels when instruction is aligned with their learning styles and timely supports are provided. And that's what we're going to be proposing tonight. Timely supports, adults in the classroom, students getting what they need when they need it. Within the MTSS system or framework, Tier 1 emphasizes high quality, differentiated core instruction accessible to all students. When struggling learners are consistently pulled out from core instruction, critical learning gaps deepen. I remember my first few weeks as a principal. I had a teacher, she said I could share her name, Shannon V. Meyer, a very skilled, organized, wonderful teacher, came to me with her phone and showed me all of this green light, which indicated all of the alarms she had set on her phone to ensure that her multilingual learners left the class on time, to make sure her intervention students left the class on time, to make sure that her RSP students left the class on time. And as organized as every teacher attempts to be, there is no way for us to really understand and pay close attention to what it is that one student is missing when they leave. And so what we're going to propose tonight is that we keep students where they need to be in the classroom for all of their core instruction. And we're putting our stake in tier 1. Every student getting a high quality, best first instruction in this model that we're proposing. So thanks for listening closely. We got a lot of details.
So I'm not going to speak too much about our data. I'm just going to review it. So if you look at Windsor High School, about 60% of our students meet or exceed the standard for ELA, and math is at 22.17. Middle school is less. You'll notice a trend that as we go lower, our scores also go lower in ELA. So middle school, only 45% of our students meet or exceed the standard. Brooks, we're at 33% meeting or exceeding for ELA. And obviously, we don't have data for Maddie Washburn because state testing starts in 3rd grade. But if you look at our RenStar data, it tells a story, and it's something that we need to focus on. So if you look at TK, actually -1's kindergarten, 1st grade and 2nd grade, we're trending downward. So as our level of complexity increases for ELA, our students are not able to keep up. So when we look at this, we say this is there's something happening here that we need to look at and we need to support. So what we have in place right now, our systems are not supporting student learning. This is not a blaming of teachers. This is looking at how we educate our students and saying there's something wrong here. So we need to dive in, and really we've designated this as critical. This is critical that we solve this at Maddie Washburn. That's ELA. So actually go back one, Jessica, I'm sorry. If you look to the right, the goal is 80%, right? Tier 1, when we say that tier 1, that means we want 80% of our kids learning, right? And then you have 20 that might need a little extra support, intervention, that's tier 2. And tier 3 is a lot of times very, very deep support that they might need. So we're pretty close in ELA once you get to 12th grade, but you can see that we're struggling at our lower levels. And in math, we have no consistent trends or data. That we have a lot of work to do in math as well. But right now, we're going to focus on what we deem most critical, which is language arts, reading. It's reading. It's reading for our littlest kids. And we need to make sure that they can do that so they can be successful in math and ELA as they move on. But we want our goal to be 80% in math as well, and we're far from it right now. We've got work to do there too. So I think this is a good way of looking at a classroom. So a typical elementary classroom has 24 students, TK through 3rd grade. And based on our data, 2 of those students are going to be above grade level. 6 are going to be at grade level. So you got 8 kids that are doing fine. Then you have 4 special education students because we have about a 15% identification rate. And you have 4 multilingual learners. So those special education students in a different model, they would get extra support, right? So would our multilingual learners, our MLLs. They would get extra support. But you have 8 students who are not at grade level and they're not receiving supplemental support. So we have a lost middle here that needs the support but is not receiving it. And that's where we focused our attention. So we're evolving our approach to student support by building a comprehensive instructional model that ensures all students receive the support they need while optimizing resources and improving efficiency. And we'll explain what that means in the following slides.
So the new model begins with expanding the capacity for instructional leadership on the site. Up till now, it lives with your administrator, who is also spinning facilities plates, staff management, communication with parents. So with this new model, we're proposing that we bring on a full-time instructional coach whose responsibility involves focusing on best first instruction. The role is deeply rooted in cultivating that best first instruction. It also involves spending time in classrooms, observing, implementing coaching cycles with teachers. It helps teachers to refine their practice and grow professionally. It focuses on strengthening capacity for small group instruction by placing an aide in the classroom, which supports behavior management in the group. It takes us from a 1 to 24 to a 1 to 12 ratio. And it increases our ability to provide targeted support where it matters most, right there in the core classroom. Collaboration will also play a major role. This individual will be responsible for collaborating with administration, with learning specialists, and with classroom teachers. There's a responsibility within it for them to facilitate and support the grade level professional learning teams. And with a clear focus on continuous improvement, looking at student data, looking at how we're practicing our practice, finding what works, and taking that throughout school. Ultimately, the work centers around improving the outcomes for all learners by strengthening instructional practices and strengthening our collaborative, student-focused learning environments.
If you go back, Jessica, so you see an 80% at the top. So that doesn't mean it's an 80% position. That means that we are hoping that we can get 80% of our students to be on grade level or learning the standard as we hope they could, right? And the instructional coach's job is to ensure that 80% of our students are there. That's their focus, is that 80%, because the next two positions that we'll talk through are addressing the students who might still be struggling and need more support.
So just as we've asked our general education teachers to partner with our special education teachers to tap into their instructional expertise, we're proposing that our education specialists partner with our general education teachers to tap into their expertise on differentiated instruction. So we're proposing that our what is now called the RSP special education teacher, our education specialists, focus just on that. How do we help those different learners and help our teachers on instructional models that also reach all learners? To do that, we're proposing a case manager. A large portion of time of our special education teachers is in writing IEPs. Writing IEPs are very detailed. They have to align to evaluation data, identify student needs, make sure the goals align to those needs, and that they align to state standards and best instructional models. So we're proposing that we implement a case manager who writes all of those IEPs, who completes the assessments involved in evaluation, report on IEP goal progress data, and report those findings to parents, which will free up time for our education specialists to really utilize their strengths in helping all of our students learn.
You go back to the learning specialist, Jessica. So if you look at the learning specialist, it's very easy to pigeonhole this position as a special education teacher, and they do have the credential of a special education teacher. They do. And they also have all the skills of a special education teacher, which is differentiation. We want to open up this person to be seeing all students, not just special education students, but all students who might be struggling and need more support. So that's what they would do by pushing into classrooms or also offering pull-out programs for students, whether they have an IEP or not, during an intervention block of time. Yeah, please.
I also want to clarify that students' IEPs will continue to be followed. So during the day, there's still learning centers open for students who have small group supports during their day for their IEP goals. And this also does not impact our self-contained classrooms, our SDC classrooms. Those will continue.
Yeah, this is only for RSP. We're not talking about SDC in any of this. The instructional aid, was that me or was that you?
I don't
remember who.
I'll jump in. That's fine. I mean, I think an instructional aid is self-explanatory, right? We want somebody in that classroom that is going to be able to assist students, allow the teacher to focus on smaller groups, help with behaviors, all the things that you would imagine that an instructional aid could do. They could also help collect data. They could do observations. They could do a million different things in that classroom.
So with such a big change, we try to imagine what would a day in a life for some students be with all these different adults coming in and out of their classroom. So in my best Read Across America voice, I'm going to read you a little story about a tale of two students meeting the needs of all learners. So I want you to meet Mateo, a second grader who loves math and quickly grasps advanced concepts. He enjoys solving challenging problems but struggles when it's time to write. Mateo finds it hard to organize his ideas and often rushes through his writing assignments. Under the district's new learning support model, Mateo receives targeted support without being removed from his classroom. Now meet Skylar, also a second grader, but her challenges are different. Diagnosed with ADHD, Skylar struggles with attention, behavior, and basic reading skills. Staying focused during lessons is difficult, and she often gets frustrated when she falls behind in decoding words. During English language arts, the teacher for Mateo and Skylar introduces a writing prompt where students must write about their favorite animal. The instructional coach has worked with the teacher to develop graphic organizers and sentence starters to help students like Mateo plan their writing. As the class brainstorms ideas, the teacher quietly checks in with Mateo to make sure he is using the tools to organize his thoughts. Meanwhile, Skylar struggles to stay engaged. An instructional aide who has been trained in behavior strategies offers Skylar a movement break and gently puts her back on task. Later in the day, Mateo is assigned to a center during independent work time. The learning specialist works with him one-on-one, helping him break his writing task into manageable steps. Together, they create an outline, and the specialist shows Mateo how to use transition words and improve his writing flow. The instructional aide circulates the room, offering quiet reminders and encouragement to students, including Mateo, as they work independently. At the same time, Skylar is in a different center. The classroom teacher leads a small group phonics lesson designed for students who struggle with decoding. The lesson is structured and interactive, giving Skylar plenty of opportunities to practice blending sounds. The instructional aide sits nearby, providing positive reinforcement when Skylar stays engaged and focused. During the intervention block, Skylar meets with a learning specialist for additional support in decoding. Using a hands-on literacy program designed for struggling readers, the specialist helps Skylar practice sounding out words. The instructional aide provides visual reminders and cues to help Skylar stay on task, offering encouragement when she shows persistence. The case manager plays a key role in ensuring students on IEPs get the right support. For Skylar, the case manager ensures her teacher has received her behavior plan and accommodations, and in collaboration with learning specialists, provides oversight for implementation. The case manager also reports Skylar's IEP goal progress and keeps her parents informed about her growth. At the end of the day, the instructional coach checks in with a second grade classroom teacher and instructional aide to see how the writing strategies work for Mateo. The learning specialist helps review Skylar's progress in decoding and adjust her intervention plan as needed. The case manager conducts periodic check-ins to consistently monitor IEP effectiveness for Skylar in consideration of possible revisions needed. And the principal reviews school-wide data to identify trends, assess instructional outcomes, and determine strategic next steps for improving student achievement. By working together, the team ensures that Mateo can thrive in math while building his writing skills, and that Skylar gets academic and behavioral support she needs to grow as a reader and a learner. This collaborative model keeps both students engaged in their classrooms while still providing the focused help they need to succeed. Thank you.
So in the transition from Google Slides to PowerPoint, it does this weird stuff with some of the pictures and whatnot. Just some key points just to make sure this is just a review of kind of all the things we've gone through. So in this model, all students will remain in the general ed classroom during first instruction. What Brian described was an intervention block. That could be a time where they would be going out of the classroom, but there's no new information being delivered at that time. That's an intervention or an acceleration block. So it's specific designated time where they're not getting behind in what they should be learning. We believe all students benefit from this individualized support that's in the classroom without the stigma, which is significant, right? When you get pulled out for extra help. I mean, I talked to my own kid at home about this. She knows exactly who gets pulled out for extra help. She's sometimes one of those individuals, and there is a stigma attached. Again, instructional coach. This instructional coach is working directly with our instructional aides as well as the teachers. And the instructional aides would be in all TK through second grade classrooms, at least 5.5 hours of daily instructional aid support. We already have instructional aides in TK. They're required, as you guys know, to maintain a ratio of 1 to 10. And we do have instructional aides in kindergarten as well. So we would be expanding that to first and second grade. And the division of labor, which Deborah spoke to, we would divide the responsibilities. Right now, our RSP teachers have to manage IEPs and deliver instruction and intervention to students. We'd be dividing that. So we would have one person managing all IEPs as the case manager, and we would utilize our learning specialists as what they really are, which is intervention experts, and we would utilize them for all students. Talking about financial considerations, Austin, you want to jump in?
This all sounds lovely, but who's going to pay for it? So that was my question, of course. So if you look at the left, those are all the positions that we have in this current year. I'm not going to read them all off to you, but as you look at next year, you can see that change. One thing that I feel like I have to note, right, because as I, originally asked this question, who's going to pay for it? The response I got was, well, we're going to optimize it and we're going to put it these dollars where they're really needed. And so you can't help but notice on the left that there's 2 admin level positions, and on the right there's 1. One of the things that was talked about behind the closed doors was we need to put some of these resources at the school sites where they're heavily needed, and put those supports there.
Some other considerations. So, we presented this to principals some time ago, and some of the principals got excited, and some school sites are affected. So Brooks, they're going to have the same student support systems as last year, but they will have the duties of the case manager and learning specialist redefined. So we will have a case manager that's shared between Maddie Washburn and Brooks. Remember, this is a Maddie Washburn initiative, if you will. And then there's changes that you guys are going to eventually see to RSP teachers, FTE at Brooks. And this is due to reduced enrollment. We simply don't have as many students that are in RSP, as well as the redefined duties for the case manager. And then there's there's general support from the current RSP teachers and admin at Windsor Middle. They want to try this out. They want to separate the duties of the case manager and learning specialist. It looks very different in a secondary level than what we've described. There's no instructional coach. Their FTE doesn't change. It's really just the division of labor that's going to change, and they're going to utilize those learning specialists for more than, which they kind of already are, if I'm being honest. They're already utilizing those learning specialists. RSP teachers is what we call them. Currently, they're using them for special education students and general education students to get help, but we want to expand that. So the board action today is as follows. There's quite a few items that follow this. I think there's 5. And we're going to ask you to approve the following job descriptions: the case manager, the learning specialist, the instructional coach, and we have done significant amount of work with numerous different individuals on those job descriptions. We're also asking to increase the pay range of the instructional aides from range 3 to 5. So range 5 is where paraprofessional 1s currently are located, and we think that we should pay all instructional aides the same as that rate. And because within the items that you are voting on, we are looking to lay off certain paraprofessional 1 positions and redefine them as instructional aides. And that way the individuals in those positions are not taking any pay cut. In fact, oftentimes they're getting more hours, but their pay is staying exactly the same. And then I already said that. There you go. That was kind of the last bullet point, was to transition them to instructional aides. And I should say one last thing. I'm sorry, Jessica, I keep doing this to you. We had a lot of conversation around the instructional aides about how much time they would be in the classrooms. And initially, we had designed it to be 3.75 hours. And we didn't have them changing the range of pay. And when we really got down to it and we decided what we were going to be bringing before you, these positions are going to be critical to the success of this initiative. And so a 3.75 hour employee is an unbenefited employee. And we're probably not going to get the same caliber of individual as we would get if we have a job that is considered full-time with benefits, because we have a good benefits package. So we upped those jobs to 5.5 hours and also decided to up the pay. There was a lot of conversation around that. I figured I should tell you, how we got here.
Now, I know some people might have questions like, I thought we were doing professional learning communities. We already moved off of that. No, this is absolutely the work of a professional learning community. When we work as a professional learning team, we ask 4 questions. What do we want students to know and be able to do? How do we know that they know it? And then what do we do when they don't know it? And then the 4th question that often never gets brought up is, what do we do if they do know it? So all means all really does mean all. This is not an intervention program. This is a program designed to meet the needs of all students, including our students that are on grade level and above. And so that's what we're looking at, is being able to serve all of our students. Now, we know that this is going to be a major change for our students, for our families, for our staff. And so we've set up an all means all at WUSD.org email address, which we will put on the website and we will publish out to all of our families and staff. And that will be a place where they can ask questions, because we want to make sure that they're able to get the same answer, because one person will be vetting the answers and then sending it back to them. We will also be creating an FAQ page on our website, so families and staff members can go in and look to see how this will impact them and get the information about that.
Questions?
I don't really have questions, but I do have comments. I'm a teacher at Maddie, and I'm thinking about this, and I'm going, oh my God, this is a huge shift in what they're used to. And so I know there's going to be a lot of angst around it.
Yes.
But I will say that every time I came up with a question or concern about this new all means all, you seem to nail it every time. My first concern was about having the instruction for RSP kids in the classroom. I was concerned about that. And then you created the learning specialist. Okay, so that checked that box off. Okay, so good. Because I'm a classroom teacher, I'm thinking, okay, now I have to come up with RSP lessons. I have to come up with reading intervention lessons. And all of a sudden, as a teacher, I'm going, oh my God, this is too much for me. This is too much to do all that. So with the coach, the instructional coach, that position, there's a lot of critical areas to this to make this all work. I think this is a seismic shift in how we're delivering instruction.
Yes, sir.
But clearly, what we're doing right now isn't working as well as it could. So I am willing to throw my support into this, because you did come up with the instructional coach. That position has got to be one that not only is coaching the teachers, but the instructional aides, I think, are actually probably the most important part of this. They have to be highly trained.
Yes, sir.
And a good part of the instructional coaches' duties is to make sure that they are.
Yes.
Because we can have an instructional aide or in a classroom, and if all they're doing is watching for behaviors and putting those out, that's nice. Because one of the things I asked you for, I think I said at the beginning of this year, I was going to ask you, what's the ratio of adults to the students in the classroom? And I said, that's my goal this year. And look at it, now you're making it come true. But if it's just for behavior, that's nice. But we want the learning. And I think you hit it on as far as the instructional coach, the learning specialist. And I was a little worried at the beginning about the case manager, that the load would be too big, because I think you told me that they would be managing somewhere near 90 IEPs.
That's what we've discussed. We're unsure of the number. That still has to be finalized. We've got to meet with WDEA. We've got to talk about all those things. You know what's interesting? So we learned today, actually, I think it was today, that not a lot of places do this, right? This isn't a common model. but it does happen in certain places. And we learned that in North Carolina, one of our employees that's moving there is applying for a case manager position, and their caseload's 100. So it was interesting to almost validating, I guess, to say, okay, it's done somewhere, and it's around the number that we were looking at.
And just to clarify, the classroom teacher is not responsible for the differentiated learning for the RSP children.
See, and I would eliminate the label, right? I would say a classroom
Maybe they
teacher is
work
doing.
together.
I would say yes. I would say the classroom teacher is doing what they do. They're delivering instruction for students and good instruction. And I would say that is something that a great teacher does, right? We differentiate our lessons for all the learners in the classroom. So I don't know if I would say that's true. I think that we still do that. I think it's good instruction. We should have multiple modalities that we're utilizing to teach students. And see, when I look at that classroom of 24, I remember those 8 students that don't have a label, but they're still struggling. So for me, the label isn't as important as much as the learning is. And I think all of those students were struggling to learn in that classroom. So
as long as we're meeting whatever the IEP needs.
Yes, sir. I see what your question was. I'm sorry. I was just talking about learning. Yes, the IEP actually is going to be met. And that would, Deborah, you want to address that?
So 2 years ago, we already shifted our core content instruction. Our general education teachers, that's their specialty, and our students still need that instruction. The purpose, what the resource teachers have done is after core content instruction, they've been responsible for supplemental supports and enhancement opportunities. So once the core content is taught, the kids are getting reinforcement to drill down to their disability areas outside of that classroom. So we've already moved to having them stay in for core content.
Okay, but good. But one of the things that I know as a teacher, a lot of times they can't access the core content because of their disability or their what's written in their IEP. So that's why I think this model may be better.
Yeah. So that's the whole, that is the whole purpose of instructional assistance. So when a teacher's teaching in a certain modality of instruction, the IA is assisting the students who learn in a different way, like with visuals or auditory presentation, so that they're getting that content real time.
So they're getting, to me it's a blending of the perfect blend, because they're getting the core instruction, but now they're getting it at a level that they can actually access.
That's the hope.
Well, I hope so too.
Yeah.
I'm having Net share kind of the PD plan because we've already developed it for the instruction.
Yeah, we're already, we're looking into next year and the year after. So currently we have a draft. It's been run by principals, reviewed by principals as well as district administrators. We have a 2-year plan for instructional aides where they would receive 12 hours of professional development at the beginning of the year. So they'd probably start their first week with their class to build community, and then we would release them for 2 days to come out and learn about topics like serving students with specific needs, specific to the classrooms that they're working in. So things like working with the multilingual learner, working with students who have autism, working with students who have ADHD to strengthen their understanding and compassion and skill set for responding to things in a way that supports the environment. They'll also get classroom management skill development. They will get small group facilitation, and we'll also touch a little on teacher IA communication and how that remains, or how to cultivate a really strong team for students. So that's in the works. The plan is that everyone will be trained this year 1. In year 2, anybody newly hired after the year 1 training has occurred, they will get a year 1 training while everyone else gets a year 2 training. Advanced topics for supporting students with needs that are unique and diverse.
Yes, I don't know who this goes to. That's great, and thank you. So I'm a reluctant teacher. I'm a first grade teacher right now. I'm reluctant. I'm not used to this. So how are you going to front load it to them, or how are you going to get buy-in from the people? One of the key players are going to be the classroom teacher. So what are we doing to build that in?
So I think the first step is to meet with those teachers, and that's scheduled, I think it's on the 26th, is that what it is? So that's going to be our meeting. I think we're going to get all of those questions and concerns brought to us, and at that point, I think we develop a plan. So I think I'd be remiss if I said, here's what the plan is. I think let's develop let's find out all what the concerns are. I think we can guess some of them, but let's really hear, and then we're going to make sure we note all of them and address each and every one.
Because, I'm sitting here, I'm listening, I'm thinking, I'm trying to put myself in this position, and I'm feeling this, I guess it's excitement. It's kind of scary because
absolutely
because
for us too,
because it's new, but there's also this level of excitement. Yeah, let's try this. Let's try something that's innovative. It's a little bit different, and I think it could move the needle. I really do.
And I have to thank, I do this often, but I've got to thank WDEA. We've been talking about this throughout, and we're committed to continue to work together. And there are things that we do have to talk through.
Oh, yeah.
Right. But I appreciate the fact that they're willing to be partners on it. And I think she made cogent comments to you, right? Be critical, look at it carefully. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's all important. This is a big change, and we've got to make sure we get it right, and we're going to have to adapt. There's going to be things we didn't think of. So I have to say, I appreciate the conversations that we've had and that we continue to have.
Well, I just want to end with, I appreciate all of you. Just the effort that's gone into this is been pretty massive, and I just appreciate that you're taking this and you're making this a focus, and just want to say thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Paul.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So you may have mentioned this already, but it was a lot of information.
It's a lot in there, I know.
Yeah, so I was just curious, what are the credentialing requirements for the instructional coach and the learning specialist?
Instructional coach could be anything, but we're looking for multiple subject teaching credential for the instructional coach. For the learning specialist, they actually recently changed it's an ed specialist credential. So they've had a lot of different credentials for special education over the years. And just recently, I think it was 2022. If you guys remember when they changed to the ed specialist credential? No, that's okay. It's the same one they have now, but they modified what the credential was called. They used to be called mild, moderate to severe. There was RSP. There was a lot of different credentials. It's an ed specialist credential.
And then are you also looking for a certain number of years of experience? Because if these positions are making recommendations to the teacher, giving feedback to the teacher, I would assume that it'd be somebody that has a significant amount of experience, right?
Yeah, and that would be included in the job description, which I don't have directly in front of me. But usually did you put anything in, Pete, for years of experience? Do you remember what we put in for years of experience on this? Did we say 5+? I think it was 3. 3+. So we try not to, listen, we can interview a lot of people and hire the right person, right? And we try not to completely limit our scope by saying you need 10 years of teaching experience. So
Yeah,
we very rarely
curious.
put more than 3. Sometimes we do for admin positions. We say 5 years successful experience.
Right. I was just curious, but I'm a big fan of this. I think that this is a great strategic move because I think for our school district, to have more success, we just need to think of innovative ways to not do things in the same way that have been done in the past. We need to move forward into the future. So I believe that this is a part of being very future oriented.
Thank you.
I have a lot, so I want to make sure you guys get your.
Go for it.
Thanks. Thank you. This is really important to me. When you were describing those 2 little kids, I was like going, yep, that's me. And then you read the next one and go, yep, that's me. And I was like going, I'm both of them. And yet there are a ton of little me's in this town and maybe every little school or whatever. There seems to either be more or we just know more.
There's more.
And so excuse my squirrelness, but I have a bunch of different things and I want to kind of make sure they all get hit on one. Yeah, again, thank you. This kind of reminds me of what we did at the high school with freshman seminar. Had a problem that's been there for a long time. Nobody really, it's just kind of like you just couldn't put your hand on it. And oh, hey, here's a thing of, oh my goodness, why didn't we do this 20 years ago, right? I think this might be the same thing. And I want to say this, if what we're doing right here ends up being a complete flop, it just totally is doesn't work. Thank you guys for trying, because what we've been doing isn't working. So I appreciate the initiative. I appreciate I don't know what the right word is. I use the word lazy. I appreciate you guys not being lazy and really seeing something and corroborating with everybody and going after it to try and be better for our kids. And so I really appreciate the effort, and it took a lot of effort. Like Paul, when he's going through the different things, he's going, yep, okay, there and stuff. And even tonight, I want to go back to a slide. I had an epiphany. I want to share it with you guys. Maybe it might be right or have some merit to it. But anyhow, I know that when you take kids out of the classroom, I know from experience, my own, that when you take a kid out of the classroom, I never heard what do you call FOMO? Whatever. Everybody knows the FOMO thing now. Well, 40 years ago, there was FOMO, but we didn't have an acronym for it. and it sucked going out of the class to go do something else. And then you're wondering what all the other kids were doing that you missed out on. And it usually ended up being the fun part of class that you wanted to be in there for, and that you were gone. And every kid knew why you were going, and it sucked. And so I like that they're staying in the classroom. It's less disruptive. You're not wasting a bunch of time going back and forth. I think that the kids will do better. Plus, a lot of these kids are exceptional in certain areas of their education, and they need help in another.
Yes.
And so, but yeah, when a lot of kids that age, when they need help in one area, other kids think they need help in every area. And that's not the case. So I really think that this is good. I never have liked the idea of kids leaving the classroom. This is really good. So thank you very much. On the instructional aides and the PD,
Yeah.
I would make that attendance is required for employment.
Well, we want to talk about that. So what we described was doing professional development during their workday. That's part of their calendar. Something that we're discussing is different. On top of that, we're proposing 16 hours. It doesn't have to all be all at once or 2 separate days. It's 16 hours of professional development that will be required. And you could think that at the end of a workday, if we give enough notice, we say, okay, on this date, you're going to have 2 hours of professional development. At the end of the day, our instructional coach could provide that professional development. And within our current schedule, we're looking at an hour of time where students are gone on Wednesdays where the instructional aid is still on. So that could be time working with a teacher to do data analysis, planning, whatever it may be, or it could be used as professional development. So it's built in to have ongoing professional development throughout the year. And if we can get we're talking about this in negotiations. It's something we both believe in. We just have to find the right language to pull it off.
Okay,
But
so
it's
here-
16 hours more.
Let me help you with the negotiation. I mean, not the negotiation. Let me help you with the language. It's required.
It's
and here's
not
the
as
reason
simple
why I
as
say
that.
that. If we're going to do this program, right?
Yes.
We can't judge whether we need to zig, zag, or what's going on here?
We agree on making it required, just so you know, Reg. We both agree on it.
You're taking my mic. Not yet.
I think they agree.
We both agree on making it required. It actually has to do with something I don't want to get into.
Well, no.
It's
The
about
reason why I
calendars
brought
and
it
how
up is
it doesn't
because
escape.
somebody, and I don't remember who it was mentioning the things that in the instructional, these are the things that we need to learn. And I'm thinking like, absolutely, yeah. So if somebody doesn't get that, then some kids aren't getting that.
Correct.
So I want to make sure that that is part of it. Sounds like that's already being taken care of. I wanted to see if you guys can incorporate in this high school kids in their classes and whatever. Also, not necessarily instructional aides, but having an opportunity, the kids that want to go into teaching, what have you, that they get opportunities to come and learn and also be instructional aides, but on a voluntary type basis where they can come into the classrooms and help. I think that there are a lot of kids at the high school level that would probably like to do something like that, especially if it was made available to them.
Well, we actually have a program that would kind of fit perfectly that is run by, what's Leah's last name? Leah White. So we actually have a program for aspiring teachers that would allow
Very
them
good.
to be in there.
I believe that if you implementing this program, I think that kids, we used to call this morbus sabbaticus. It was a term us kids came up with when kids didn't go to church Sunday morning because they had to give a talk or something. They all of a sudden Sunday morning didn't feel good, right? Well, I think kids have Monday through Friday sabbaticus too, where sometimes they got an assignment, they got this, or they know they're going over and say, you know what, Mom, I don't feel good. I think maybe I should stay home or whatever. If these kids start staying in classes and they're not taken out, they start having more success because they have the instructional aides there to help them with their area that they need a little more focus on. They will be more excited about being at school. And kids that are excited about being at school, they show up. And so, and then they learn more because they're there. So I think this also is going to help with our attendance rate with those kids. Is there any way we could go back to the one slide that just showed like TK and it went like this, kind of like a hockey stick or whatever it was, but in reverse?
Yeah.
I have a thought. I want to
that Renstar scores.
Yeah, that one right there. I'm looking at that and I just had a thought and I was wondering if, I want you guys to just think about something. And I don't know, because it just hit me in my thought process. Look at how high the scores are in TK.
In kinder, that's kinder.
Or kinder.
TK takes something called the DRDP, which we didn't show you.
So in kinder, and so my thought was, look at all the kids, they knew stuff there, but then their learning kind of went down and they kind of comes back up, right?
Yeah.
And I was thinking, I wonder if there's a correlation to how many kids are coming in who've had their family parents are working with the kids a lot. And that early on like I know at us, Zach's doing his math and all these different things. So there's a lot of attention on learning and the parents are involved a lot with that. Then when the kids start going into school, I wonder if the parents unconsciously or not or whatever, but there maybe isn't quite as much of a focus on the kid. And so the kid's not getting as much instruction at home and at school, and there's a little bit of a drop off. And then maybe the parents go, oh, I got to help that kid get back in. I don't know, but I'm wondering if there is a correlation between in that, because then at second, they start going back up again. I'm just wondering, I mean, there's a lot of different reasons, but I was wondering if that's a contributor that, and if it is, maybe we need to have part of this program as an outreach to parents of, hey, folks, your kids and their learning, I know they're starting school, but that doesn't mean that they need to stop learning at home necessarily. And some people might think, okay, that's the teachers are teaching them now.
Rich, with our preschool programs and with TK, you should absolutely see strong kindergartners coming in, developing those early literacy skills. What you see with the kindergarten first and that drop in second, you have to remember that second graders take a different test than the first graders do. First graders take an early literacy test. Second graders take a reading test. Completely different skills.
Okay.
So second grade was also the grade that received the least amount of support. Like we already had aides in kinder and first, not first, in TK and kinder. And so when we're trying to ask, going from like, can you sound out words to can you read whole sentences and whole paragraphs, that's where you're seeing that dip in second grade. And so by providing these additional resources, and changing the way that we're delivering our instruction, then we can focus on developing those reading skills. So when they're making that transition, it's not such a drastic shock when we were asking them to suddenly read at the beginning of the year when they get in to, because remember, we give that test basically the first month they get to school, and then we give it again in December.
You can also say, can we say this too? We went universal TK pretty early, right? 2 years ago. So look at our kindergartners and first graders. We had universal TK, right? So those kids may have, not all, but many of them may have been in school, whereas those second graders did not have universal TK. I don't believe. I'm trying to remember our time frame. We hadn't implemented for those second graders. So they may have gone to TK, but we really didn't have nearly as many students. We're planning on having 120 students in TK next year. And this year, how many do we have, Austin, this year in TK? 80? Roughly 80. So it's significant. All of this to say, you guys have made a lot of decisions. You've supported a lot of what we're trying to accomplish. And a major initiative that we've taken on is early education. It's preschool and TK. And we don't know exactly why those scores are so high and why they're so low. We can make guesses, which is what we're all doing. But I think I'd like to attribute some of those higher scores in kindergarten to the fact that we have a robust TK program with a lot of students participating.
Well, and the reason why part of I brought it up is because if you take those first 2 years' scores and see they kind of went down and then start going back up
Just
again,
start
right?
there and keep going
So-
up, right?
Exactly. So
Yes.
if we started off 10% higher.
Yes.
At that point, then look at what our whole district, how much
you got it.
That could translate over the next 12 years.
And think about grades 1 and 2 are the ones that don't have aids, right? And that's where the drop happens. So the concept is if we provide more support in grades 1 and 2, we don't see that drop. Instead, we start going up the whole way, and every grade level ahead gets students that are already at grade level.
So let me wrap up just a couple of quick thoughts. One is, and I don't know what it would cost, but if Austin could take a look, we do know that the second grade class right there, right now, they're needing some help. I don't know what it would cost for us to one time for 1 year have instructional aides in third grade next year to help those kids that maybe are a little bit further behind that aren't going to get the benefit of this new program. Maybe at that level, I don't know.
We've looked, it'd be about $210,000 if I remember, Austin, roughly. $210,000 to have aides in all third grade classrooms. The reason we didn't expand that because there was not a critical need that was showing in our data. And we wanted to really make sure that we attacked the area that we see is critically in need right now. And we didn't try to expand and do everything all at once. We want to do this right.
I understand, but there's one grade level, cohort, whatever, that is needing help.
Sure.
If we are wrong and they didn't need the help and we spend the 200 grand next year to have the aides in third grade, and everybody understand this is maybe a one-time proposal.
But Rich, I'm going to say, I got to say this.
Okay.
Just putting an adult in a classroom isn't successful. For this.
Is what?
It's not going to be successful.
Okay.
If we were going to do that, we would also need the instructional coach in place. We would need the learning specialists in place. We would, from what we have determined is the right model, we would need the same model to really make it effective. Otherwise, they may be marginally effective because you have 2 adults in a room. It would probably help with behavior, as Paul was saying, but we aren't sure that would really impact learning necessarily because they would not have the same coaching support.
Okay.
So that's it. I think we would need all the components. I appreciate where you're going. We talked about it too, obviously.
Sure.
Knowing the cost of what it would be. We've talked about it.
And then my last question is, I think someone used the word homogenation or something to that effect, but are we using special ed money? So for example, there was a breakdown in the classes of, you said the 2 are advanced. Yeah. There's 4 at so on, so on and so forth, right? So kids that might have IEPs, different things that are needing some sped, are we using some sped money to help with the instructional aids?
There is no sped money at this point. Sped money is general fund money because we have a $10 million cover from our general fund. So sure, I mean, I think you could say that, right, Austin? I mean, you can answer that. You could say that, but really the funds are commingled at this point because our sped money is so low, we have to sustain what we're doing with general fund money. So that was very not eloquent at all.
Got it. Well, no, I mean, if we weren't, I was thinking.
It does open us up to, like they say, there's one-time funding or there's grant funding. It does open us up to being able to get to that funding. But right now, I would say it's general fund money.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. And thank you, everybody. Let me work my way through this.
And we're hoping there's a proposal from the governor to have an instructional coach funding. We don't know what that means, but it was on what he proposed. So we'll see. Maybe we can even tap in and we'd have even more funds.
And this is all starting for next year, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Implement, I mean.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Okay. Anywhere?
I do. I have a super brief question, and that is, what happens if a child comes into one of our TK classrooms and they only speak Spanish? Does that mean that they'd have to wait until later to get this extra support? Or
No.
what is that? Like, what
that
does that
doesn't
look
mean
like?
that at all. They're still included in the general education classroom. They're going to get support from we have an ELD, we still call them ELD teacher. Yeah, would that be better for you to answer, Patricia? But no, they're still in the general education classroom and they're going to get support within the classroom as well. And they're going to get support on top of that.
And for whether it's a TK student, a kindergartner, or on up, our ELD intervention teacher and interventionist does already, to a point, partner with our teachers. In terms of if there is a newcomer at any point in the school year, whether it's beginning of the school year or right here, right now, because sometimes new friends join us in the spring, we want to make sure that that student and that family are accessing whatever resources and support we have in place already. So for example, we have a new student that just joined us last week, then that ELD interventionist is already in contact with that classroom teacher, talking about what strategies might be most helpful, or maybe potential students that we can partner them with so that they have some real-time language support, or another multilingual student that shares that same language, along with many other strategies that they'd be sharing with the classroom teacher. And that does start even in terms, that partnership does start even in our TK classrooms. Now, as students do get older and they need more academic support, that also takes a little different kind of focus when it comes to our multilingual learners, myself being one. I was a multilingual learner, and the system was very different when I was in school versus what we can do now. So there is still time dedicated in the day, those intervention blocks, so that that more intensive intervention from the interventionist themselves can take place. But again, it's not at the cost of that student losing first-time instruction or core instruction. Okay.
Do they only receive that support in English? Or, for example, are they also getting support in their native language?
So outside of our dual immersion program over at Cali, we don't necessarily have in their what I call heart language instruction or support. There may be resources that we share with the family or with the teacher that we can also kind of funnel to the student, but the instruction itself is happening in English.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Bill?
No.
You sure? Okay. We had lots of comments. I just want to take a minute to recognize how big of a deal this is and hype it up a little bit, because Jeremy, you said at the beginning, like in your 12 years being a superintendent, and maybe kind of in your whole career, like this
Absolutely.
is kind of the most consequential thing. So I think we kind of live in a time where like it kind of seems like things don't really change in the way that we want them to. Like sometimes it can feel like things just go and we don't really have control, like as a community, over where they go. And this is kind of one of those moments where, I mean, maybe it doesn't work out, like
Sure.
Rich said, but maybe it does. And we really appreciate that you're taking a calculated risk and doing a really big shift to try to make education better for our kids. And like, we really appreciate that. And I was hoping I could get a picture of all of you together just to memorialize, like if it's a big day. So can you guys all get together?
Am I staying here? Am I
You're
backing
going with
up?
them, yeah. So just so we can memorialize it.
Well, put the classroom thing up again, with the 24.
Here, hold on, Steph. Wait.
Gotta get the classroom thing up. There you go.
Nope, not.
Now.
It's got to work now.
We've documented it, yeah. But Brian.
So I did want to add, and I want to give a little brief shout out. Yeah, we're taking the leap. Would we be willing to take the leap if we weren't getting beat up on both ends between Paul and Kelly, pointing out that there has to be a change? I don't know that we would. So I want to say thank you, Kelly, for all the hours and hours and hours you spent at board meetings, and all of the support. We've actually contracted with her now. She's going to be advising us through this process. And then, of course, Paul, where's the damn scores, Paul, who definitely inspired us to think big.
Yeah, well, we appreciate it and we're excited. And I think it's I have high hopes. It's very exciting.
Thank you.
Can't wait. So, do we have any public comment on this item? It doesn't look like, oh, maybe we do. We've got a taker.
Susanna Pfeffer, math teacher, Windsor High School. Do you know me by now? I'm going to encourage you all to think about bringing the math in right away. And one way to leverage the expertise and experience is to put some of your teachers specializing in the ELA and some of your teachers specializing in the math, so that the real focus can be on just one thing of those two, and two groups of students for those teachers split. That's all I wanted to say. Sooner rather than later.
Thanks, Susanna. Okay, so I think this is just, oh, we have another. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, with the instructional aid positions that we're going to have, one of the exciting things.
You gotta. He's.
Okay, so sorry about that. Sheila, by the way, Brooks Elementary School Secretary. So one of the things that I was really excited to see on the job description was as a requirement for the new hires, there will be proficiency tests for them. And back when I started as a paraeducator 20 years ago, we did have to take proficiency tests. And I think that's a really important piece because, it was scary at the time, but it's something, it helps with that hiring and getting good qualified folks. So I was glad to see that back on in there. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheila. And we have one more. Come on up.
Kelly Lister, community member parent. I'm very excited that over the course of the 2 years that I've been really actively attending these, I'm seeing a shift now to attention at the foundation. And today I heard a lot of talk about restructuring. And it's important to put those structures in place in the system. And if we don't start really building like our capacity for actually understanding how to teach this stuff, it doesn't matter how you rearrange people. It doesn't matter if you pull the kids to another room or keep them in the room. It's about professional learning at the science of it, the science of how people learn in reading and in math critically. So with that, I hope that there's a real commitment to developing that capacity in everybody who's participating in this, including at this level where you're standing up and you're presenting. I want you to be able to tell me why that dip is happening. And if there's a lot of capacity, then you can, if everybody is speaking the same language. But putting people in different offices and kids in different spaces, it's not enough in my experience to start to really move the ball. And I think I've emailed all of you about my experience as being a bit of a change agent. It takes a lot of outside knowledge that really doesn't exist in Sonoma County right now. We can't be leaning on the county office for this stuff. We have to go bigger and go to the places that have the real resources and then commit to learning it. And every teacher deserves to learn how to do this and how to do it well. And they can't do it well if they don't have that background foundation. And that's where the frustration happens. So I really hope that with all of this plan, there's also a really solid professional learning plan in place as well, because we can't just get people in a room and say, now you figure it out. It just doesn't work that way. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Okay, so I think this is, oh, we have another one. No, I'm glad.
Jennifer Brown and a parent. It seems like a great work on best first instruction for all students. I think that's amazing. That shouldn't remove any support for the most vulnerable ones. Why can't we look at both? Like, this is a great trial for all students, but maybe doesn't need to necessarily change others, like for special education. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a discussion item, I believe. Are we taking action on the presentation, or is it action on all of the other items?
Actions on all the other items.
We have quite a few. We're going to get through them. I think we're just going to kind of power through. So if it
Just
looks
so you
like-
know, there's two items that I'm asking. We made edits after the agenda was published for the learning specialist job description and the case manager job description. You have them in front of you, and I believe we have them to be able to share the red line, just to show the changes that were made.
Okay. Sounds good. So we're going to start working through those.
Yes.
So I'll get to those, and then maybe after we, just a little incentive, after that we'll take a little break. But we're going to move down to former item 5.3, now item 5.7, I think. Yeah. I think we held that one until after this presentation. So we'll go back.
3, 5, and 6.
Yeah, we'll go back and work our way back. Does that work?
The 3 resolutions.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay, so I'll close out that item because we're not taking action on the presentation, and we'll move on to 5.3, which is now 5.7, I think.
We'll figure it out.
It is.
Yeah.
So the one we're looking at right now is, the old number was 5.3.
Yes.
There we go. Like old stuff.
All right. So formerly 5.3 was Resolution 2519, and in compliance with Ed Code 44949 and 44955, Windsor Unified School District Administration is seeking approval for this resolution to address staffing reductions. This is the PKS reductions.
Okay, any questions?
Resolution.
The board.
So we need to make a motion, correct?
But yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah. But first, discussion and questions, if there are any.
Similar to my question on the temporary or the probationary employees, this number is less, fortunately, than it was last month as well.
I want to clarify that because we have already submitted and approved the last batch, this is what I did not bring in the previous. So this would be added to that. And I believe in executive content, if you look at the total FTE,
yes,
I want to say it's 20.269 or something to that effect. But
that includes a lot of the point twos
That's
that will
all
be
the
brought
point
back.
two, yes.
So that's not
That-
true.
that 9 or so
We'll make
that was
that
there.
clear.
Yeah. I was getting there.
All right.
Yes. So yeah, this is just what was not brought in February.
And so at 20 something, 20 and some change, 9 or so were the aggregate of the 0.167 and the 0.2s. I get that we close those out and offer those again for people who want to work more.
A couple more of which
How
should
many
show up here.
filled positions between last month and this month are we talking about from our certificated workforce?
4.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Do we have public comment on this item? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Oh, well, this is a resolution, so it'll be a roll call. We'll need Jen's help, and we don't have our student trustees. They have gone home to study. So we can start with us.
Stephanie Ahmad.
Yes.
Paul Cagorno.
Yes.
Rich Carnation.
Yes.
Malinali Lopez.
Yes.
Bill Adams.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to 5.5, which is now 5.8. This is consideration approval of resolution 2025-21 to notify a possible non-reelection of probationary certificated employee.
And we are asking We're seeking approval for this resolution to determine the reelection or non-reelection of second-year probationary, first and second-year probationary certificated employees for the next school year.
Okay, questions?
Is this two resolutions or just one resolution for both items, for both attachments?
So what you're seeing are you looking at executive and public content? Is that what you're talking about?
I think we're looking at just public content.
No, public? It should just be, there's an
It's an
attachment.
attachment,
Sorry,
I
it's an
think.
attachment. So one is the resolution and the other is the who.
Got it, okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So just one.
Other questions, discussion, public comment? Okay, motion?
I'll make a motion, we approve this resolution.
I'll second. Jen, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Stephanie Ahmad?
Yes?
Paul Cagorno?
Yes.
Rich Carnation?
Yes.
Malinali Lopez?
Yes.
Bill Adams?
Yes.
Thank you. And now we are moving on to the next resolution, which is 2025-22 for reduction in force classified layoffs. Pete, you are also presenting this item,
Here I am again.
Which is
Here you are.
5.6, correct?
which is
Correct.
old
5.6
The old
and now
5.6.
5.10.
Jen's got it.
We've
I think it's 5.9.
5.9, okay.
So in compliance with Ed Code Section 45117, the Windsor Unified School District Administration is seeking approval for this resolution to finalize classified layoffs totaling 7.565 FTE. And just so you know, every single one of the folks who received a reduction in force notice has been offered, and all but one have formally accepted the positions they were offered. The other person is likely to do so.
Great. Any other questions, comments? It is 5:10, I counted. So any public comment? Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we'll need another roll call vote, please.
Stephanie Ahmad?
Yes.
Paul Cagorno?
Yes.
Rich Carnation?
Yes.
Malinali Lopez?
Yes.
Bill Adams?
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Now you were right. It is 5 point. Oh, I messed something up.
It's fine. I've got
Yeah.
it all here and I
Yeah.
watched the video over again to do the minutes.
How did I do that? Okay.
Sorry, I messed it.
No, it's okay. No, I don't know.
Are we at 5.0?
Well, that's, I went to the school district and, we need to improve the math. So, counting is still, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, 5.11. No, just trying to be silly. But now we are on 5.11, just trying to keep track of everything. No, we are on 5.10.
5.10.
Sorry about that. Yes, we are on 5.10. Pete is still here. This is our first of our job description approvals, and I'm just opening up the item. Okay, so please tell us about the job description for 510.
Certainly. Well, you've just heard an extensive explanation of the critical elements of the All Means All initiative. And my colleagues did a fantastic job of explaining what each of those positions entails. So the learning specialist, which is assisting enhancing instructional modalities for, so this is, learning specialist, for enhancing instructional modalities in the classroom for all students. And you should know that both the case manager and learning specialist, as Jeremy pointed out, we have two copies presented for you, the public copy and then, of course, the copy with the redactions that we worked on with WDEA to ensure that we were all on the same page.
Okay, great. And yes, we have that in front of us with the updates. Okay, so this is for the learning specialist position.
I did want to clarify, there was a question regarding years of experience for learning specialists. So Deb and I vacillated over this a little bit, and we actually ended up removing the years requirement for learning specialists specifically, because that is an entry-level position. It's like any other special ed teacher who comes to us with a credential and no experience. So although the other jobs do have years required for service, this one does not. So this is a 0 service year requirement. It would require the credential, of course, and the degree.
Okay. And one of the benefits of having, one of the benefits of having kind of less stringent requirements is we can accept a broader pool of applicants and then have more to choose from. So that's the benefit. Do we have any other discussion on this item?
Yeah, I was just going to say thank you for clarifying that for me, Pete.
Certainly.
It was more out of curiosity. So yeah, just wondering like at what level of experience they were being hired.
It's a good question. Yeah, and I'll get into the requirements for the other two.
Okay. And I think we're taking them all separately, right? We can't do them together.
It's up to you.
You could, but I would just take them all separately. I think
it's better to just do it separately, even though it kind of seems like we're repeating ourselves over and over.
So I was ready to go.
Okay.
If you want me to rip through them, I can.
Okay. Any other questions on this one from the board?
Approval of 510.
I'll second.
Okay. Any public comment? Okay. Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Move on to 5.11.
5.11 is the
it's case manager.
Case manager position, correct. And case managers focus on IEPs, compliance, and ensuring all students receive the mandated services. Again, I think my colleagues did an exceptional job of presenting, especially when we told the story of what they might do. If you have specific questions, I'm happy to answer them. And then the case manager is, the years of service requirement would be 3 years to be a case manager.
I think we have a question.
So I saw one of the major red lines, red lines in the case manager was deleting the seventh bullet of ensuring accommodations are recorded in ARIES and working closely. Is that function provided by another staff member in the all-be-all?
That was Deb, will you answer that? Because we talked about it. It was.
I just wondered if somebody else is doing it, because somebody's probably got to be doing it.
She'll answer it better than anybody else.
We've been working with our student data person that handles all of our student information.
Christine Becker.
Yeah,
you heard about
Becker, again. She's amazing. It was actually prompted by our middle school special education team, is they wanted to make sure our general education teachers and anyone who works with students with an IEP that they have access to their accommodations in real time. So we've been working, and I did get legal clearance for it as well, because anyone who has access to those records is actively working with the student, so that they have access to those accommodations. We're not to the point yet doing that across the board. We're trying to find an easier way to do it because the system's very manual, our IEP data system. So it's something in the future that we're working on.
But that broader access and transparency is good and seems to be in keeping with the shared model.
Yeah, it just ensures that all of our staff know what our students need.
Yeah, great. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Good question.
Public comment? Motion?
I'll make a motion, we approve this job description.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we will now consider 512. This is the instructional coach job description. Any questions, discussion? Any public comment? Pete, anything you want to?
Just that the requirement is 5 years. So this is a position that we are looking for a seasoned teacher with a lot of experience in not just the classroom, but working with other teachers.
Got it.
And for that one, is bilingual skills desirable?
It's desirable, yes.
And also, is there, if they do have that skill, do they get some sort of financial incentive?
We have a bilingual stipend attached to our certificated salary schedule.
Oh, that's great. I was just thinking also in terms of the partnership we have with Sonoma State, so that could be a good incentive for, that graduates of that program.
Absolutely.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion. We approve 512.
I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now on to 513. This is the instructional aid job description.
All right, and I just want to take a minute to recognize our CSEA partners and thank them for all the hard work they did. They voted, as we said last night, or 17-1 last night? All right, I don't know who the one was, but I guess I have a little work to do in convincing these people. The instructional aid, of course, will be providing those direct services within that classroom setting and supporting all aspects of this initiative.
Can I say why it's so important that they already had that vote? Because as soon as you approve this, we can post positions now. Without their vote, we couldn't have. So we try to get ahead of this because normally we do that after you guys approve, but we wanted to be able to post because there are quite a few people who might be looking for a job right now.
I also wanted to clarify that this does not affect our students who get in special education that have one-to-one or two-to-one para support. This does not affect our paraprofessionals in our self-contained classrooms. For students on IEPs, they will continue to get the services that are outlined in their IEP.
Okay, great. I appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I have just one quick question. This is a very simple question, but what does RSP stand for? Because when I think RS anything, I'm thinking RSV, which is a respiratory infection that we hear about all winter long. What is RSP and what does it stand for?
Resource Specialist Professional?
Resource Service Provider.
Service,
Okay.
oh. Sorry.
Got it.
I like mine too.
Yeah. So either one.
Hey,
Choose
Pete,
your.
I am sure that acronym means that too.
Okay. Yeah,
probably.
Absolutely.
There's acronyms all over the place.
So this is interesting to follow up on that. Did RSP morph into that other certification you all were trying to figure out exactly what the educational?
I could take this, Pete. So, it's interesting. I actually had, we trimmed down the presentation for you. I had the history of RSP built into the presentation originally.
Now you're like, why did I take out that slide?
RSP is a very antiquated term. It's found in education code. It really, I think, evolved in the 90s. And it was really designed around a pull-out program, right? Those students were not in the gen ed classroom. They were in a resource classroom, and that teacher was their teacher. Okay. So I don't remember the question, Bill, but that's just...
That was well answered. Whatever the question was.
By the way, the way you referred to the 90s, I am a little offended. You kind of had a little disdain in that tone.
I'm a 90s kid. I graduated.
I know you were born in 90.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness...
You see this hair?
Yeah. In all seriousness, Sheila, and often you will hear in other places how administration and the employees and everybody, there's kind of angst between them and boards and angst and different things. And I believe we all are. Our community is very appreciative of everybody working hard to make things better, whatever it is, and not letting stupid things, whatever those are, get in the way. So to your point, Jeremy, hey, we already met, already got this stuff squared away so we could do this and then go, versus, oh, we'll have to get to that, and then we got to jump through that hurdle, and then we got to run that 5 miles and all that kind of stuff. So I just want you to know, we appreciate the spirit of I don't want to say cooperation, I don't mean it that way, but of community, of making things better for our kids, however we can do it and whatever we have to do. And so I want you to know, that's not lost on us, that you guys are very invested, just like we are, like we all are, to do well. And we know that takes effort. And so we appreciate it, because a lot of people just in other areas and in other industries don't put that effort in. So thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Public comment? Do I have a motion?
I'll move 513.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, then we'll come back and we'll get you out of here by 9:30.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Becky told me.
Big problem.
Who? She's right here.
Where'd she go?
Okay,
Oh,
bringing us back.
all right. I'd like to bring up Sergeant at Arms. Annette.
Okay, guys, we're gonna go on to item 5.14.
Excuse me, Annette.
Austin, we're
Annette.
gonna
You're up,
you.
This student has always wanted to tell the teacher they need to be quiet.
Oh my gosh, it's anarchy up here.
It's awesome. It feels so good.
Okay, so Austin, we're gonna do the 2024-25 second interim financial report.
Okay.
And let us know what you got for us.
Yeah, this report's a lot better than last time I was up here. I have to present information and be kind of factual about it, but it is nice to stand up and say this is better than last time. So, Brian, you want to click to the next one? So since the last one is in December, this one is now in March. The governor does come out with a budget in January, and we update all of our assumptions based off of that January proposal. This January proposal was more in line with kind of what they are typically and historically, which is, the state gets a certain amount of money and then, they might get a little bit more. So they'll fund everything they should and then maybe a couple extra things extra. In previous, 2 or 3 years, we had $80 billion surplus, $60 billion deficit, and it was all over the place. And so the different formulas were going nuts. In order to really understand it all, you kind of had to know the back end pieces of how the state operated. So this one's a little bit more straightforward. So I was able to just fit it onto one slide with the key pieces. So the first one is the governor is, since next year is full TK implementation, the governor has gone ahead and said, I'm going to fully implement TK and I'm going to require you to have a 20 to 2, so 20 kids, 2 adult staffing requirement. But in order to accomplish that, we're going to adjust the amount of money we give you for TK students. So currently we get an add-on for each TK student of $3,167. Well, he's now upped that for next year in his proposal to $6,400, which for us is significant. That's a significant amount of money, roughly about $300,000. Now, what's also great for us is we've already implemented that. So that's just going to be purely revenue, unrestricted coming in. Go ahead.
Is that included in these numbers?
That is included in these numbers, yes, sir. There's talk that dollar amount might go down, but again, it was included in the state reports. Yeah, it's included in the state reports that come to us, so I felt like it's fair to include it. If they revise it at May revise, then we'll revise it then. But for now, I think it's transparent and fair to include it in this report. Sure. The cost of living adjustment, that did go down. So those almost, that took a hit because, if it goes down 0.5%, that's going to be $150,000-ish to us hit ongoing. So that cost of living was updated. And then the other change that was very interesting in the governor's proposal was the expanded learning opportunities program, which for us, that's our Windsor Extended Learning Lab. They proposed, you can see the little graph on the right, you have current law, and then you have the governor's proposal. The main change that they propose is currently, if you have a school district that 75% of your students are unduplicated students, meaning they qualify as low-income foster youth or English learners, if your school district has more than 75% of those students, you get funded at a rate of $2,750, which is significantly higher than if you don't meet that threshold per kid. $1,579 per student. So the proposal is that that rate would drop to 55%. So that number might ring a bell for a lot of you because that's when you dip into concentration grant dollars, which really skyrocket you up. So it's interesting that he matched that to that same percentage, or is at least proposing to do that. And so that dollar amount, if we were able to hit that 55%, we'd hit that $2,750. So it makes that 55% a little bit even more important moving forward. And we're currently at 51.3. I think it's on the next slide.
51.2, I think you have. We ran an analysis today, Bill. So we had 800 families who didn't return their verification form. if you just assume that half of those families are maybe low income, because that would jive with kind of our current makeup, we would need 150 of them to qualify low income. So 150 of the 800, if we got that, it would put us at 55%. And how much money was it, Jessica, if we actually had Maddie Washburn qualify? Roughly $1.6 million more to our program. And we wouldn't have to really do anything different in the sense that everything's already set up to accommodate these students. So that would be a big boon to what we're trying to do. So we've got some plans for how we actually discussed them today at the principals meeting. We have some plans for how we can potentially get more of those families to fill out their information, so we can maybe hit 55%.
Yeah, I think another important thing to note on that too is we look at that demographic study that was done. There were several affordable housing unit structures, so that's something to take into account moving forward too.
Yes.
You know, when you say it'd be a big boon, right? Actually, we're not getting paid.
Correct.
For doing 95% of that work right now, because we're 51 and 55 is that number. We're doing the work, 95% of the work for zero help, financial help.
Leaving $2 million in the bank.
Yeah, or
But
at least $1.5 million.
But that hasn't gone into effect yet.
It's a proposal, and right now we wouldn't qualify. I mean, we know that Cali is a charter, right? So if Cali wasn't chartered, they would put us right at 54.9%, because then they'd be included in our numbers, but you have to be at 55. So even there, we don't quite qualify. But it's significant. And when this originally came out years ago, they didn't have a change in the amount. They didn't have a difference in the number you got for a student. That was all developed later on when they realized they didn't have enough money to fund everything. So, $2,750 versus $1,579 per kid, that's a lot of money.
So let me ask you this question then with your thing, and I'm very time conscious.
Yes, sir.
Cali, if we kept Cali doing exactly what they're doing right now, could they do it if they weren't a charter school? Do they need to stay as charter?
No, it's better to be a charter because it allows you to not have to get permission from other schools.
All right, that was it.
Okay, back to the presentation.
All good. Those good questions. Our brains went to the same exact places that all of your guys' brains went to. So that was cool to see. Next slide, Brian. This is an interesting slide. So this was shared during the governor's proposal, and this was the statewide enrollment to percentage of students with disabilities percentages. So we've kind of operated under, 12, 13% is kind of the state standard. But it was interesting that they updated these numbers to show us, because they basically said, if you look from 2018 to 2022, it increased about 0.5% over that time. But then now we've, in the last 2 years, increased by 1.2. And I just thought that was interesting data to share. And so as you look at that 14.6%, we were 19% a couple years ago, and now we're down in the 15.5 range, Jeremy?
Yes.
Yeah. So, we're kind of inching closer to that statewide average. So I just thought that would be interesting information to share that was shared with us.
So as a broad category, because we talked about special ed and elementary, is that a phrase that overlaps with our special education students, to say students with disabilities, or is that one a subset of the other?
All the same, Bill.
Yep.
All the same. Okay.
Yes, sir.
IEP, students with IEP.
Go ahead, Brian. All right, so these are the assumptions. We're going to I have a couple slides to explain enrollment, because if you just look at the enrollment projections, they seem kind of flat. And it was funny because as we were presenting this to the admin team, there were a couple questions from different principals. And I remember thinking, man, if our principals don't understand it, I don't know how many people would understand it. So I should present on this to broader groups. So if you look, we've updated the cost of living adjustments, but then we've also updated for that TK add-on. So those are additional $300,000 ongoing that's included in this. The enrollment projections, again, I'm going to hit on that in the next couple slides. But if you look at our attendance, that's a number that I think is it's a cool number, because that takes a collective team effort from the whole organization to be able to get attendance up. So when we do our budget roadshows, the number one question asked from teachers is, what can we do to help? right? Which is awesome. And we always say attendance is number one. And I know Jeff Hardy had a huge attendance push last year. I felt like he was texting me once every month, I would say, about attendance and getting updates on attendance. And so it's cool to see that our attendance went from 91% up to 94.5% just in these last couple of years. So obviously, I think we can sustain that high rate and continue it in the out years as well. Unduplicated percentage, so there it is, 51.6. That number is the highest it's ever been. So that's always, we got to somehow inch closer to that 55. That's the goal. But I do know right now in the area, like I've said in previous budget presentations, everyone else is kind of declining. So the fact that we're slowly going up shows that some of the processes that we've done, especially with before and after school care, have taken good effect. Step and column is in there. Those numbers are generated on a report. So as I get closer to the end of the year, I'm able to go through and calculate every single person to a T. So the ones that don't step, I can take them out, but the ones that do, I can leave in. So that's why it's a awkward number of 1.52% because that takes into account every single person. And then you have your STRS and PERS rates. Again, STRS is set. It takes a board action from STRS to update those rates. PERS is kind of a formula that updates every single budget cycle. Consumer Price Index, you guys have kind of been made aware of that one over the last 4 years. We've seen it extremely high and we're kind of back down to normal levels. But one thing that's important about Consumer Price Index is there's a lot of different things that affects, right? Like we just had a transportation plan, so obviously it's going to affect fuel and parts and all those other things that are part of that plan. But it also affects things like insurance, utilities, non-public schools, right? All of those things get affected by Consumer Price Index. So those are just additional costs that we have to take into account going into the out years. And then 2 big changes. One of them was approved by you guys tonight, the transportation reimbursement. So $525,000 of unrestricted ongoing revenue is huge for this budget. Same with special education revenue increase. So that was a committee over the past year and a half. It was made up of different members from Cotati Roner Park, Santa Rosa, Windsor, and Roseland. So there were Healdsburg. So there were different members on a committee, and we were really looking at changing our allocation model from the SELPA, which is kind of like the SCO of special education, to the district. So all the funding goes to them, and then they distribute it to the districts. So there was a change in that model. We ended up being on the side that received more money. What I am proud of, though, is I was on the committee that served, and our first goal was let's not look at any effects. Let's just figure out what's best for our students in the county and then go from there. And then we just happened to be on the side that ended up receiving more money. But it's a change that's much needed within this county. And it's cool that it worked out good for us, but also I think it's something that I think is going to impact a lot of processes across different areas that may not be up to date in their current processes.
So something that's significant is we have one of the highest special education rates in the state. Sonoma County does. And, there's lots of reasons that could be. But one of the theories is we funded districts based on IEPs, number of IEPs, disabilities, and primary disabilities. So if you had a certain primary disability, that district got more than $20,000 for that student. Versus that's not how they get the money. They get it just based on our enrollment, right? So it kind of incentivized, if you will, specific disabilities to be identified. Now, I don't know if that's the whole reason why we have such a high identification rate, but there are certain districts that had many primary disabilities that were very high needs, and those are the districts that really didn't win in this model.
And what's interesting about it is this was a model that was tried back in the 80s. And it didn't work. What they saw was the state's identification rates went way up because you got funded more money, depending on how many, what your identification rate was. So as we kind of that was the first question I had to the new SELPA director, and she's like, I've never seen this model before, so we're going to look at changing it. And so over the past year and a half, there was a committee, went to the superintendent's council, and this was just approved in January. So those changes are in there. But I mean, just transportation reimbursement, special ed, and LCFF TK add-on, I mean, you're looking at 1.1 million ongoing, which is amazing. Obviously, cost of living adjustment went down, so that did hurt us a little bit, but I mean, to generate an additional million ongoing is awesome. So, especially in unrestricted. So next slide, Brian. Let's dive into enrollment a little bit. So if you look at this slide, this is our enrollment that was certified in October. So this is our CBEDS enrollment, that's state data. On the left, you have all your schools, and then on the top, you have all your different grades. And then you have your totals at the bottom for each of the grades. Right now in 12th grade, across all those different schools, we have 481 students. In kindergarten, we have 264. So as those 12th grade students age out and those kindergarten students come, we're already losing 217. So that's the tough part about enrollment right now, is there's just less students being born. It really comes down to birth rates. And that's in the demographic analysis as well. So it's interesting because, when I talked to Angela, she's like, man, I'm at, 60 interdistrict transfers. And I talked to Danielle, and she said, I'm getting all these 9th grade students. And last year I was super high. How are we declining enrollment? And I think this is a note that hasn't been touched on in a while, but it's good to know that, and you can just see it from 12th grade all the way down to K, there's just a decrease in the number of students that we have. And it really comes down to birth rates. So going into the year, we see projections and it looks like enrollment's staying somewhat stable, but really there's a lot that goes into that, because to get it to be stable, you're already facing an uphill battle. So if you go to the next slide, Brian. So these are the adjustments that we make to enrollment, right? So we're obviously down 217 just from the students that are aging out. But we know that TK is going to be fully implemented next year, so we built in an additional 52 students for that. And then historically, 7th and 9th grade, we gained students, right? So we look at the last 3 years, on average, how many kids did we increase year over year? So 64 students in 7th grade, 43 in 9th. And then on top of that, with everything else going on in the area, as well as whatever it may be, we've built in an additional 95 students above that to kind of take into account. So just, today I had the conversation with Danielle, our 9th grade class is looking a lot better than what it did a month ago, right? But then in the other grades, we were not receiving as much as we have in the past. So that's why I kind of built in an additional 95, because you don't know where we're going to be at. But that's what's in those enrollment adjustments.
Do we have a ceiling of, let's take the historical numbers, leave them, but this additional 95, is there some ceiling of some number bigger than 95 where we would say that's it, we can't manage that at either of them? And I'm thinking the middle school and high school.
Yeah, it's a good question, Bill. And I know that we've talked a little bit about this. The ceiling is grade specific. That's really the answer. And at the middle school, one of the byproducts of us increasing to 2 electives is there are less classroom spaces available. So back in the past, when we had nearly 1,000 students, or sometimes I think we were just over 1,000 at the middle school, we had only offered 6 classes to kids. We now offer 7. So at that time, you're taking up less classrooms, you got more space to add students, and then you also did have teachers traveling during prep times. It wasn't ideal. So when we began this, we thought we got plenty of room, right, at the middle school. We've now learned we don't necessarily. We have very few classrooms. So when you ask, is there a ceiling? Yes, there's a ceiling in the sense that you have to do the calculation on how much it costs to add FTE for the number of students that have come. But then also you look at facilities. So it's really beneficial to a district to take interdistricts when you have the facilities. And what we're learning is at the middle school, we don't. Now, there are things you can do if we wanted to, right? You can always add portables, temporary things and whatnot. But I think your question is important, because when we are looking at our timeframes for enrolling interdistricts, we just ended one on Friday, and we looked at the data of the students, and we decided we can take them all. So everybody who had applied by Friday is getting into our district. The next one, I think, ends in May, end of school. So the next one, we have to do the analysis again and decide if we're going to take on students. So it's a good question, Bill, and Danielle just shared her analysis with me this morning, so I haven't had a chance to go through it, but hers is not nearly as, at seventh grade, what we found is if we add just 30 students, it's going to cost quite a bit of FTE. It just bumps us in. I think it was 3.5 FTE for 30 students. It's not the same for the high school, but anyway, I don't know if that answered.
It does, thank you.
And just to clarify, this slide, it says 25 enrollment adjustments. That's for next year, so 25, 26. So this is the effects of all those assumptions, right? I could say that we're going to gain 1,000 kids and our revenues are going to go super high, but so with those assumptions, this is kind of the end result of what this budget looks like. The current year, that number really hasn't changed a whole lot from first interim, and there's not a lot that frankly, will change it. Much of that, especially with LCFF, is going to just be pretty built into there. But we expected that for this year. As you look at next year, obviously that number is a lot better than the $1.5 million we were looking at. We did have some additional, we had 4 non-public school students enroll with us in the last 2 weeks, right? So we did take a hit for that. So, $1 million that we would have saved, we didn't recognize quite the full effect of that. But again, you look at the third year, we have a $460,000 surplus. So it's nice to see a positive number on there.
What's interesting about those 4 students, and I think we have to be careful here, but when we looked at Shiloh Crossing, of course, we're saying we get students, that's good for our budget. Depends on the students, right? Because certain students come and they're not as expensive to educate. And then if they're a non-public school student, they might be very expensive to educate. And so we have 4 new students from the new development that are non-public school students.
And Jeremy and I play this game where he always wants to build in all of the development students that we're going to get, and it's going to be additional, revenue. And I always say we don't know exactly what that means. Additional students could mean all sorts of things. Mm-hmm. So, that's always the game that he and I are going back and forth on. So this is the combined. This year, there was a big change in restricted. Usually I don't try to talk about restricted too much, right? Because those are all of our grants and programs that are very restrictive on what you can spend it on. But this year's, from first interim to second interim, there was a big change in the dollar amount for restricted expenses. That was, you guys might remember, a plan that was approved. It was the arts, music, instructional materials plan. That was approved quite a while ago, about 7 months ago. I would love to say I waited for the stock market to go down before, moving that money to be invested, but that's not actually the case. The paperwork took way longer than expected, so we weren't able to make that deposit last year. But hey, we were able to buy it now, whereas we probably would have lost a little bit of money. So that was the main difference in roughly a $2.5 million expense difference. But again, that's just a one-time payment from a restricted pot. But again, in the out years, you can see that it gets, better. But again, this is combined. This is all of it. So, again, $73.5 million in expenses. Obviously, you add Cali, food services, all the different things that, we're a $100 million business now, which, just 3 years ago, I feel like we weren't at that number. So.
Well, and I want to go back for a second. Congratulate you on the 24-25, when there's a $7 million difference between revenue and expenditures, and in 2 years they're balanced.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. So thank you for that.
Yeah. It's
but
on that.
Go back to that, Austin.
Go ahead.
The other thing you got to remember, if you didn't have that 15.9 there, and we still had expenses, we'd be bankrupt this next year.
You're right.
So, it's, can't remember anyhow.
No, there's a reason why over the last 2 or 3 years, I've been kind of wanting you guys to really focus on unrestricted and then making sure that we communicate what is restricted. Because if you look across the news right now, I don't think that distinction was clear among a lot of people. And so, I think we're not having to deal with a lot of the same things for that reason. So this is our fund balance. Economic reserve for uncertainties. We had where we weren't going to meet it in the out years for that 3%. We now meet it. This is a positive budget. And then, of course, restricted, committed, or assigned. You guys know the distinctions for those. Restricted is going to be if it's a restricted pot of money, it can only be used for a certain thing. Committed is if we've committed it for a certain purpose. And then assigned is if I say, hey, we need a new bus, whatever it may be, and I assign it for that reason. We do have an unassigned balance in that third year of about $133,000 with that surplus in unrestricted. So nice to see that kind of staying stable. And then this is Callie's. Callie's was the same. This had a little bit of a change from first interim, mainly due to that arts and music instructional materials block grant as well. Obviously Callie received some piece of money for it, and we gave a piece of that as well this year. So there was a big shift there. But if you look in general at the next 2 years, they look healthy, I should say. They were pretty balanced at first interim, but with that one-time payment, it looks a little off, if that makes sense. So, but overall, that's kind of where we're at. Next slide, Brian. All right, that's it. Are there questions from the board?
It looks like someone made a deal with you to stay till after 9:30. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry for not getting us out a little bit earlier, but this was a great presentation.
Yeah.
No, it was important to be here and think about these things carefully.
Yeah.
And appreciate everything you shared.
Sure.
Any questions or discussion from the board? Okay, any public comment? All right, do I have a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to approve this item.
A second?
Second, I'll second.
This is a resolution?
I believe it is.
Are we sure about that?
Oh, no, the 2025.
I know, it looks like it is, but, okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks, Austin. Appreciate
Well done,
it.
Austin. Thank you.
Yeah, that was great. And then board policies, these are updates from 2022, I believe, right?
You're a number of years behind. Policies updated. You're not voting on these tonight. This is a first reading.
Oh,
His name's Brian.
I was going to say the same
That
thing.
was Tim saying Mike. Yeah.
We are a couple years behind on our board policy updates. These are the ones from 2022. This is a first reading. You're not voting on anything tonight. If there's a different format that you would like these brought to you, we will be bringing them all the way till the end of this year, and then have us ready to go back on track for next year with all of our policies up to date.
Yeah, and so what you have is a big giant PDF and it has the red line of the changes. And then Brian prepared this bullet point, which kind of calls out the specific things that are changed. So if you look at the item, I think that's easier to kind of understand what you're seeing by looking at just the bullet point list that's in the item. Anything you wanted to call out? Because I think it's mostly though it is substantive, it's not really anything that we would discuss at length.
This drastically changes some of the ideas about what would be considered freedom of speech and then what would be considered not appropriate for instruction. There was a Supreme Court case a number of years ago. This was the football coach who was praying before the game and then was fired because the athletes were praying with him. And so this actually says that a person doing a private act cannot be fired. But it also says that you should not be doing any kind of private act or political act when you're instructing kids. And so quite a bit of this is about that.
How do you determine that?
A private act?
No. For example, let's say a teacher's teaching about politics. So a parent could say, oh, that teacher's taught this, and that's private, or vice versa.
So let's assume.
Actually, the reason why I brought this question up is because I think this is a kind of an important topic, but we're kind of running out of time. So I was wondering, is this something that we could actually do when we do our little weekend? We're kind of going to go over the little special ed stuff and that we were going to talk about
Or is this something we
I
have
would
to-
not do it then. If we're going to do that, you usually have two board members that are interested in looking at the policies, reading through them, and kind of vetting them almost for the rest of the board. That's been our practice.
That's what I thought.
And I think I am going to propose in the last item that we have a policy subcommittee discussion on a few policies that are kind of more involved.
Controversial, yeah.
Controversial. And this one, I would also be interested. Yeah, I think this is one that we should probably look at more closely.
Yeah, that was my point, is that
But it's 2022. So that's the other thing, is like, has it evolved since then? Because I know we're looking at 2023 and then 2024 next.
This is based on a Supreme Court decision, not Ed Code.
Okay, so this was like adjusting our policy to comply with that decision, but that hasn't changed since 2022.
Correct.
Okay.
But
so is 2025 then? What is the most current that we can do?
Well, yes, getting us up to, we'll get one more update prior to us going on break before July. But I can get us all updated in 1 month. It just depends on how much policy we all want to read through each meeting.
He proposed a schedule that was like every meeting he would bring a year's worth, and I thought that was a good pace.
Got it. So we can't just kind of consolidate them all and just have,
You can.
that would be impossible.
is that right?
I think so.
Because I think we'll end up pulling things out, and then
I thought maybe, so are we approving section 1.222 and then the next year that section changes? So
yeah, that was kind of my question too, was like.
we're having to accept something. that-
Sometimes it happens. It happened
Sometimes,
to us.
I think that may happen for
I think
some of
an
them.
example was, as I was going through this, they had announced they were changing the graduation requirements and no longer allowing the CTE course to count towards graduation with the fine art and with the world language course. And so I read that and freaked everyone out, because I'm like, this was 3 years ago that we were supposed to be making this change. And then as I was going through more recent updates, because we called the lawyer, she's like, I've never heard of this. CD's page didn't say anything about it. And then they actually repealed it a couple months later. So yes.
I guess that's my point, is that there could be old stuff that we're
Yeah.
approving that got fixed.
Yeah, so it's good to be a little
we can go
behind.
in reverse order. I can go in any way
No,
you guys.
I mean, I think the order we propose is good, and I think being a little behind is actually good for policies because things like that happen. So,
Well, but I think we haven't seen it in the broad sweeping madness from Washington, D.C. yet, but eventually we're going to start to see federal issues. And we get some of that through our California School Board Association, those legal alerts and things that we get. So that's another thing to be cognizant of. But maybe we need to carve out a little special time to spend on this.
okay, so just to be super clear, of the policies that are here, we're going to pull out for subcommittee discussion the one that is policy 4119.1. Is that the one that?
There's several of them because they hit different parts of the board policy, but they all
okay.
are basically the same concept.
Okay, so any that has to do with that Supreme Court case.
So I can take all of those policies and put them together in one brief and then send it out to the board.
That would be
That would
helpful.
be great.
Okay, we'll do that. Thanks. And this is just a first reading, so
Correct.
we'll do action at next month so we can individually, anyone who's interested can look more closely at how we've adjusted the policies to comply with that case.
Yeah, I mean, because to Bill's point, I heard something on the radio today that kind of caught the tail end of a conversation, and I couldn't tell if it was somebody making a bad joke or if it was something that really had changed. And I haven't had a chance to find out, but either way.
Sometimes they're the same thing, Rich.
No, that's what I mean. That's why I was like going, this doesn't sound very good. And I'm going like, is somebody spoofing or whatever? Or is that really what's going on? Because either way, it wasn't very good. It wasn't funny if it was a joke, and it wasn't very funny if it's.
And I think we have just as an aside, a pretty good buffer through our statewide association of the School Boards Association to be filtering that stuff, at least giving a first look to help, Brian and Jeremy and those like them all over the state.
Yeah. And I'm sure also just on this policy, like the changes we're making is probably a it's the form policy changes that every district is making. So it's not like we have a ton of latitude to interpret the case differently. So it's more just us being aware of what we're doing.
The only reason why I kind of I'm paying a little more attention to these policies, even though a lot of them are generic, so to speak, is because if we have a board policy that's kind of innocuous that we don't really think about, but we've adopted it, and then all of a sudden that weird, unique situation comes up and they go, hey, board, your policy says this, you got to do this. And I'm going, well, where the hell does it say that? And you're going, oh, wow, where'd that come from? And now all of a sudden we're kind of hung by our acceptance of something. So I'm kind of a little more interested in reading stuff a little bit, those policies that are generated by the big ominous school board in the sky.
Okay.
So anyhow,
Sounds
so we
good.
don't have to get pigeonholed in something that we don't necessarily want to do.
Okay, preschool.
All right, preschool. This is item 5.16. It is a resolution and has to do with the total base bid for the Maddie Washburn Preschool.
Ma'am. Brian, do you have the presentation pulled up? It's Maddie Washburn Preschool, MWE. So I figured we'd end on a fun note. So you guys had, if you go to the next slide, Brian. So you guys had previously approved this option 5, right? Where we had the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and then the optional playground of this project. This is where you guys left off with it was, all right, this is what we want, go through and make your renderings and then get it all bid out and then bring it back to us. So the total cost of this project, the budget was 10.2. The base bid amount is 9.2 for all the hard cost. Now there's still going to be some soft cost in there. I think that we can hit that 10.2 number, but it is going to be tight. The hard cost came in higher than what we were expected, and the construction company did warn us about it with Prop 2 passing and local school bonds in the area passing. They said, just so you know, there's going to be a lot of work out there right now. That's right. So I have some renderings to share. Usually we would just walk through this resolution, but Brian, if you go to the next slide. So this is the front area as you would walk in. You can kind of see the pretty trees on the left. And then for those of you that's...
Real trees. Those are not fake. Those are actually the trees that are there.
Correct. Yeah. So, well, the pretty purple trees are not there currently.
But the other ones.
Yes, the oak trees are actual trees that are there. So as you see trees throughout this project, those are trees that have been... I don't know if preserved is the right word, but they've been designed throughout those trees. And we've already got the arborist reports back. Nothing is considered, So that's kind of your entry walkway right there into the courtyard. It's a double gate, so you have a gate there, a gate in the back. What's great about projects like these is when you get on the big call with the architects, with the construction company, with Jessica, everyone's kind of throwing their expertise at it. Maintenance is one of the people we have on there. They said that front gate originally in the renderings was just a single gate that you see at all the other schools. And maintenance said, how are we going to get a golf cart in there in case, something happens and we need a repair or we need to do custodial work. So it's little things like that where having the full team kind of break it down makes a huge difference. So Brian, the next slide. So as you walk through the courtyard, look to the right, this is going to kind of be the play area. You have the shade structure right there that kind of separates the outdoor play area and that front play area.
This is you staring at Maddie Washburn, correct?
Yes, from the back, from Sugar Maple. So at this point, your back would be at Sugar Maple, and you'd be looking kind of at that front parking lot at Maddie. But yeah, so that would be that front grass area with play structures, artificial turfs, things like that. The student in the middle on that round thing, we wouldn't allow that, but for a rendering, we figured we'd let it slide. I could see Paul eyeing it. He goes,
Standing on top of the blue thing, yeah.
Yeah. So then this is from the back of that play area right there. So the kids would eat under that shade structure. And then, of course, adult supervision is important. And so then you have all the kids there. If you notice, the fencing is something we talked a lot about as well. So there'll be fencing all throughout that area. And it is a standard fencing at this point within that standardization plan that we previously had submitted to the board. And again, those trees are all current trees that are kept there. So next slide, Brian.
So is this the one where they didn't preserve the trees?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not even going to comment on that, Rich. So the trees that are there are the trees that were preserved. And then, of course, there's going to be little play areas, with rocks and, we're talking 3-year-olds, right? They want to kind of be adventurous and play. And that's a part of that learning phase for them. So, you're going to have kind of that outdoor adventure area there. Is that it, Brian?
And can I say one thing, Austin? So we posted kind of our excitement around this project, and because we started fencing it off today. And there's some misinformation out there on social media, surprise, surprise, about how this is being paid for. This isn't coming off the backs of our students. That's not where these funds come from. They come from the preschool funds, as well as a potential loan that you guys know we're going to have to take out to afford to do this. So I just want to clear that up. This isn't coming out of our general fund. It's not coming from money that could be used to hire more instructional aides. That's not what this is. So for all the people watching right now, I'm sure is immense.
So many.
Just make that clear.
Okay. Any discussion from the board, comments, questions? Actually, I think I actually need a motion to continue
I'll
the
make a
meeting.
motion to approve Resolution 25-23 as proposed.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, that was different than the one I asked for, but I'll go with it. Public comment, I asked for a motion to continue the meeting too, but we all want to be here. 'Cause it's like, it will combine it. Do we have any public comment on this item? No? Oh, we do?
Sure. You waited all this time.
I'm only having public comment.
Oh, Mike.
He does that to all of us.
Got him.
I'm only having public comment because Bill asked me to. I'm super excited. That section that's in the back that's got the little stumps, it's actually an outdoor play area. And the fence that Austin was kind of pointing to is a fence that fences off that portion. So if it's muddy out there, we can fence it off and the kids don't go back there. And the stumps were actually a outdoor classroom. So kids can go out there and it could be a learning environment, and we can have science experiments or read books to kids and stuff like that. So I think it's going to be amazing, and we have had some positive stuff on Facebook and on social media. There's some people in the community that are really excited about having another option for preschool. So.
Awesome.
Jeremy, are we taking those pictures and are we putting them out on social media and whatever?
We just did today. So we just started.
Yeah.
So
I saw it.
that's what, and there was somebody that said something negative about that?
There was.
Some people,
Well,
anyhow,
it's always easier to focus on the negative than the positive.
my glass is half full.
Okay, this is a resolution. We have a motion and a second. So Jen, if you could.
Stephanie Ahmad,
Yes.
Paul Kagona,
Yes.
Rich Carnation,
Yes.
Malin Ali Lopez.
Yes.
Bill Adams.
Okay, great. And then we added item 5.17, which Rich is going to talk about quickly.
Yeah, just really quickly, the CSBA board members, we have, the reason we had to put it on tonight is because of this deadline. I have to get it in the mail right away. It's a ballot for our designate for the state. And our incumbent person is Shelby. And actually, I know her. So anyhow, we need to vote. There's two different people. There's Shelby Mueller, and the other person is, where's the name? Sorry. Why am I not finding it right now? CC Grubbs out of Benicia. Shelby, I've known her for quite some time. She called, she's interested in staying on the board. She is, just really quickly, let me read her. This is something I didn't know about her, but she's a board member in the Rincon Valley district over there. She goes, I earned my master's in education in the School of Leadership from Harvard University. I had no idea that she got her degree from Harvard. And I was thinking, honestly, I was thinking, wow, she got from Harvard. We got Stephanie, she's Stanford, And my thought was how lucky we are that people that have these super high educational accomplishments.
UC Berkeley, I didn't hear you say UC.
That's because I went to BYU.
UC Berkeley.
UC Berkeley?
One of the top rated public institutions.
Go Bears.
No, no.
It's like a mandatory thing you have to do.
I'm sorry. Isn't that why Bill beat you in the, didn't you guys bet about something?
That was something, yeah.
So I'm
yeah.
good. So anyhow, I would
So-
like to make a motion
So we'll vote for the
that we
incumbent.
would
That's the
vote for
recommendation.
Shelby Muller. Also, she's really, really good at finances. And right now we need people who are good at that. We're good.
Yeah. Well,
And so I'd like to make a motion that we that we vote for, as a board, Shelby Muller from Lincoln Valley to continue on as our representative.
Okay. And then you will complete the paperwork.
Yep, and then I'll make sure it gets sent
Okay,
in.
great. Any more discussion from the board? Any public comment? We have a second from Bill. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, last item, future board meeting items. I have a couple things. One is we're getting the special ed workshop scheduled. That's going to be scheduled for April, and we'll get a date set. I think we'll probably need to circulate some time options, and Jen, I'm sure, is working on that, and we'll set the date for that. So that is coming up. I have one more that I'd like to set kind of for future. I'm not exactly sure when, but we had a waste disposal proposal that was from the Committee for Change. It was kind of connected to some climate change work that was done over the years. We had it come to us a couple years ago, and it kind of it went back to our policy subcommittee, but we haven't really taken action on it. Part of that is because there's funding tied to it. It has to do with the garbage contract. There's a lot of moving parts, and so it's been hard to kind of get all of the pieces in place to finalize it. But I think with the garbage contract coming up with the town, this is actually a really good time to revisit that and have a workshop. And then I also think as part of the policy subcommittee can have a role in reviewing, doing kind of a thorough first review of that policy before the workshop. So I don't know that we're setting anything now, but I wanted to give everyone a heads up on that. And
Talked about it this morning, actually.
oh, great. That sounds good. I think we need that much time just to be ready for it. Okay, so end of the school year for that one. Anyone have anything else?
I see them talking. Could you figure out a way to get us updated after spring break about where we are? Do we need to politic or not on the garbage contract? That was very smoothly brushed over in my impression in our joint meeting with the town, and it's a 600,000. They just say, oh yeah, we'll think about, and they didn't offer us a seat as far as I understood it. So if we could circle back about what we can, should, might do about that.
I can tell you now, yes, please politic and speak to people. It's, Bill, I don't need time. I mean, I think the intention is to pull us off and not have us have to pay our $600,000 that is covered by the town right now. I know that's the
our
intention.
timing for that. Do you know? Because I know from my day job, the fire district is similarly positioned, and I know they're very actively going to say, yeah, these are commercial, the municipal services for both the town, the school, and other key infrastructures maybe should be spread amongst we ratepayers collectively.
Yep.
We have a little bit of time, but I don't know. I don't want to give you the wrong information, so I'll have to get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
And on that note, I think that this could be a time, given that we're facing that potential change, and though we want the town to continue doing what it's doing, I think it is a time when we could really think about our own policies and how much, our bill is high because we produce a lot of garbage. And I think we need to figure out is there a way we could be producing less garbage and potentially cut our bill down to an amount where the town found that reasonable and our ratepayers felt comfortable? You know what I mean? I think.
It's not the town, it's we, the citizens.
Correct.
As the citizens.
Let's talk about it.
It's late, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
But is there a way that we can make that more appealing for people who are covering that bill? Yep. Okay. Anything else?
I have a couple things.
Okay.
So the first one is, I was wondering, Brian, do we have a policy on academic integrity in connection to the use of AI, like ChatGPT and other other use of AI.
That policy is being developed in Annette Zucconi's TLAC committee. So we wanted to make sure that we had teacher representation from across the district before we started creating that policy.
Okay, and then at some point, would they make a presentation to the board about what that is?
Correct, and the board would be adopting the policy, so you would have final say.
Okay, great. So the reason why that came to mind for me is because recently it came about that there's a significant investment at Sonoma State to roll out ChatGPT for everyone. But what I have found is that there's a very fine line between using it in the right way and using it in a way that is not conducive to academic learning. So I think that we really need to have that in the black and white in our policies. So there's that. And then my second item is I would also like to have a discussion at some point about if we were to look at a roadmap of resources that are available for Latino families, what would that look like? So for example, this could include immigration resources. It could include resources about, how do families find out about extracurricular activities that are, specific to the Latino identity. So for example, MECHA, but there could be others, right? So how do they find out about these things? I'd like to see some sort of roadmap with all of our resources.
Anything else from anyone else? Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.